good thing, really, that we see this process. I remember 10 years ago, this happened with
Good evening.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Good evening. Namaste to all. And welcome to
Namaste.
second day of the session. Let's start this session. Yesterday, we had very good session, very informative, very insightful session. So today we are starting with the blessings of Professor V. Renuga Devi ma'am and about ma'am. Ma'am is advisor in this conference, national conference, and ma'am is eminent professor, former chairperson, School of Linguistics and Communication, and former head, Department of Linguistics, Madurai, Kamraj University, Madurai. Ma'am, on behalf of 360 Research Foundation, I'm Sudhanshu Sekhar. I welcome you for a second day, first lecture. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening to all. I thank 360 Research Foundation for giving me this opportunity to discuss with you something. See, I from the right up, I came to know about that 360 Research Foundation is doing a great job, a wonderful job for the people who are working for PhD in social science and humanities. I welcome your service. And today's my lecture is on field procedures and questionnaire. So I just want to talk about translation. But when I saw that theme about our conference, I switched over to this field procedure and questionnaire. So though there are so many tools came into existence in the modern world to collect data, to analyze the things, etc. The primary thing is the field procedure, how to proceed with our thesis to collect data and the formation of questionnaire. So this is the basic thing for any researcher who are working in the field or in the tribal language or anything. This is the primary thing. So I thought of talking something about field procedure and questionnaire. Thank you. And I come to the my lecture. Proper
Ma'am,
field.
there is a request. There is a
Uh,
request. Can you please rotate your screen? It is not
so,
showing properly.
so
You
I
can
am able
start
to.
rotation option. Yes, ma'am. It is. It is clear now. You can start. Just switch on rotation option.
Um, this is the new phone brought today only. So
Okay.
the technology I am not able to. Today only I
Ma'am,
bought
your
this
knowledge
phone.
matters to us.
So
Technology is just a different thing.
I
Just
don't have time also.
scroll from top.
Now, now,
Uh,
now, are you able to see?
no, ma'am. It is in landscape mode. It is not showing properly. Just start rotation option. Now
I
it's ma'am has turned her phone. Ma'am, you can start like this also.
this also. Then it is
Yes.
not possible.
You, yes, ma'am. Looks good. Yes, ma'am. It's okay now.
Okay. A,
Thank you
a
so much, ma'am.
proper field procedure is absolutely essential to any adequate analysis. Okay. Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's okay now.
Okay. Too much is taken for granted, and the beginner jumps needlessly because of lack of experience.
Sorry, ma'am. It's sliding. Yeah,
I
it's
don't
okay
know.
now. Now,
Okay.
mobile is moving, I think, sometimes.
Yes. Okay. Now it won't, I think. There are two principal methods of approach to the acquisition of language data. One is the monolingual, and the second one is the bilingual. In the monolingual method, there is no intermediate language used by the investigator, and the bilingual method in which there is some intermediate language. The monolingual approach requires very special initial technique, but as soon as the investigator can receive explanation of forms within the native language, then the two approaches coincide. See, in monolingual lecture, only thing is the native speaker and the investigator, they used to communicate. But in the bilingual method, there is one more man who is interpreter or a moderator between the investigator and the native speaker. Monolingual approach. Many missionaries and explorers have used the monolingual approach in learning the language of isolated peoples. Even today, in some areas, this method is required since none of the members of a society may know any language known to the linguistic investigator. Usually, however, some member of the society knows another language, and by means of several informants, one may learn a few words and phrases that will facilitate the initial contact. For a strictly monolingual situation, the following steps in the procedure may be followed. The first step is approach with a smile. When you are going to the field, you have to approach the speakers, the native speakers, with a smile. Then you easily talk with them. Then act out friendly gestures. You have to approach them with friendly gestures. The investigator should extend the hands, meanwhile, watching native accents carefully so as to conform to them. For example, if the natives offer to snap their fingers, the investigator must do the same. If they seize the thumb rather than the hand, he must do likewise. Really, smile or laugh at your own mistakes. You have to, if you do some mistakes, you have to laugh yourself. This will be at least prevent misunderstanding arising from unwilling offensive because of improper contact. A smiling, cheerful manner is the best means of guaranteeing that you will not be suspected of bad motives. So, interest in native objects. You should notice various things about the native dress and homes and indicate admiration but not covetousness. Exhibit an equal interest in displaying your own possessions to the natives. You have to exhibit your own possession. Whatever you took to the field, you show it to them. Don't hide those things from them. Attempt to talk about these objects, even though you know that the people understand nothing at what you say. Ask for the name of some object using appropriate gestures. The natives will usually guess what is wanted and will reply with something. Repeat this procedure for several objects. If you get the same response each time, the likelihood is that the natives are commenting on your request. It is reported that in one instance, the natives were given the name of the finger with which the investigator was pointing. He should have stuck out his lower lip toward the object. See, if you usually show the object with your finger, they used to tell what the finger is, not about the object. Then you have to use some other method. You have to use your lip or other fingers like that. If different responses are given for each object, then go back to them in a different order and repeat the words, noting carefully the native's reaction. So just you have to follow the top-down method first, then down to top method. If the natives are friendly towards you, they will probably delighted and amazed by the use of their words. Continue to ask for the names of objects. In order to pick up the phrase, what is that? Pay very careful attention to natives speaking to one another about your paraphernalia. Once this phrase has been obtained, the process of word acquisition can be speeded up carefully. Write down the words in your notebook. Then, in doing this in a society that is not likely to know anything, if the society is illiterated about writing, the investigator should be careful to show the natives precisely what he is doing. As any attempt to be secretive may be gravely misunderstood. After writing down a list of words, we should point to each word in turn, pronounce it, and then identify the object. Complete openness about this writing procedure will always elevate possible suspicion and may indirectly enhance the investigator's prestige. Sometimes the informants may doubt about our purpose. So you have to openness in writing. You have to show the writing to them. Then only they will give you proper respect. Use care in selecting words to be elicited. You should be very careful about the words which you are going to collect data. Certain types of words should be avoided are just names of people and names of body parts and names of what may be religious objects. Example, sacrifices, shrines, and festivals. Once I went to Pondicherry to collect data from the fishermen women. So my husband is working with the fishermen, the socio-cultural study of Pondicherry fishermen. He is not able to elicit data from the women informants. So I went to with him to collect the data. As far as when we sit outside the house and talking to them, they are very happy and they are giving information. Just I want to go around the house. Just I peeped into the shrine of the house, the prayer house of that girl. That lady got angry, and after that she didn't cooperate with us. She is refusing to give data for us. So that type of things we should not do that. Act out process. For example, the investigator may walk around and talk about himself, attempt to get some response from the natives to describe his action. All the time, he must be alert to hear a native comment about his activity and apply it to himself, and it's possible for someone else to do something nearby. If the form selected is correct, there will be initially be an assent on the part of the natives. You have to go round and round. When you are doing that action, they may say something about that one, and then you can pick up the words from their speech. While acting out a process, attempt to catch the native phrase, what is he doing? This phrase may then be applied to someone performing some other type of action nearby. Mimic other process like jumping, running, eating, sleeping, and drinking. You have to mimic all these things. Attempt in good humor and fun to get some natives to participate in a mimic performance with you. If you succeed, try to talk to him about the action performed by the two of you. By this means, the pronouns I and you will probably be elicited. by getting another person to act and by speaking about him to the first participant, the forms of he may be elicited. Try all the verbs with possible forms of I, you, and he. The chances are that there will be a number of mistakes in forms uttered by an investigator, but the people will usually understand what is wanted and correct him. Write down everything together with possible meanings. Analyze these forms as soon as you can so as to isolate the morphemes. When you don't dump the data in your table, as soon as you come, you went to your table, you try to analyze the morphemes. Memory is everything, even if it appears to be wrong. The ability of the investigator reproduce what he has heard on previous occasion is the best means of guaranteeing that the native will be willing to continue helping him. Nothing stimulates a teacher like a smart student. Enjoy being laughed at. The investigator's mistakes may provide a great deal of merriment for the native speaker, and his willingness to entertain others at his own expense may prove to be his uh, greatest social asset. Remain, if possible, in a place where you may hear the language constantly. It is very desirable to live in the village, even though this means a fishbowl type of experience. Those we are living in a metropolitan city. When we are going for a field work, it is very inconvenient. That too, if you want to collect data from tribal languages, getting the accommodation is very difficult. When I was working with the Toda people, I went to Nilagiri Hills, and I found very much difficult to find a place to stay there. So my two assistants stayed in a home, and I left the place. And from Nilgiris to Coimbatore, I stayed in Coimbatore, and my assistant stayed there, and then I tried to live in that place to collect that data. So whenever you want to collect data, you have to live with them. You have to live in the circumstances where the people are living. Use the language at every opportunity and repeatedly. This is particularly necessary during just a few days, for once the novelty of the experience wears off for the natives, and they take the stranger as a of course, they may be much less willing to assist him in learning the language. So, whenever you learn some vocabularies, you repeat them to the native speaker. So, they will correct you. Listen to the language on every possible occasion, though native speech may mean absolutely nothing at first. You will gradually pick up recurring expressions. Listening is the all important part of language learning, which some people neglect. Not only in the field work, but also in our curriculum, we are not giving any importance to the listening skill. We used to ask them to read, write, and speak it, but we never emphasize the students to pay concentration on listening. So listening is the most neglected skill in all the places, not only in our curriculum, but in all the learning situation. Then coming to the bilingual approach. This monolingual approach quickly becomes identical to the bilingual one. The bilingual situation is more common. The further developments of the field procedure will be treated in relation to it. There are three principal phases of the bilingual approach. One is the nature of the data, the methods of recording the data, the information. On the basis of these three, And these three principles are there in bilingual method. During the discussion of the first two phases, that is the nature of the data and the methods of recording the data, we must take for granted an average informant. Average informant is enough to collect the data, who knows something or an intermediate language, though this knowledge may be unfrequently limited to trade usage. Their knowledge is very limited for the trade usage. The data. There are six increasingly complex type of data that the investigator attempts to obtain. The first one is simple object word. The second one is object words in possible morphological categories, that is inflection with inflection and derivation. Simple process words. Then process words in possible morphological categories, object and process words in combination, and the last one is the text. The first five types of data are elicited from informants by direct question such as how do you say so and so. So you show them, so this one, and you ask the people, how do you say this about this? What is the name of this one? Like that you can ask. The last type of data consists of expressions given in more or less normal context. The text. You can give the text and ask them to give the similar things. Simple object words. The investigator attempts at first to obtain the names of the object. First thing is just to show the objects and get the names of those objects from the native speaker. These should be concrete things to which one may point. Example: houses, trees, glass, sun, clothes, dogs, sticks. All those things are around them. The names of such objects are generally as short as any unlike words, but some combos may be conspicuous exceptions. So first thing, you have to ask for simple words and then go for the compound words. Long terms may be set aside for analysis after one has learned more of the language structure. If you know the structure of the language, then you can use long terms or long phrases. Otherwise, you have to use only simple words and simple phrases. The investigator should ask at one time for words with related semantic areas. It is very much necessary. When you are asking about the household things, what is the fry pan, what is the candle, like that you can ask the groceries name. That is, they belong to one semantic field, the household things, like that, flora and fauna. Like that, you take the semantic fields and then ask them. Names of the body parts. Head, hair of the head, nose, eye, ear, neck, arm, hand, all these things you know. Clothing, head, shirt, pants, sandals, beads, face, paint, body paint, all these are simple body parts. Objects about the house, knife, spoon, ladle, as I told earlier, ladle, water containers, animal skin, bed, hammock, fire, mush, bread, flour, meal, grinding, stone, mortar, wrestle, bananas, oranges, meat, like this. You can take that. The household thing, it forms a semantic field. The household things form a semantic field. Like that, you take a separate semantic field and elicit the names for those things. The questionnaire. The nature, purpose, and scope of the research study greatly determines the choice of method to be adapted for collecting data. So, it based on the nature of the study, research, the questionnaire differs. Secondly, availability of time and finance also governs the choice of method for collecting data. If you are allowed to take 1 month time and a very small amount of money, then you cannot prolong with 1 year. So you have to complete it within 2 or 3 months. Like that, depending upon the financial matter and the time you have to concise your the data collection. Primary data may be collected with the help of any one of the methods. One is the observation method, second one is the interview method, third one is the schedule and questionnaire method. Questionnaire is widely used for data collection in social research, particularly in surveys. It is a fairly reliable tool for gathering data from large, diverse, varied, and scattered social groups. So, Grierson, he collected the data by using this method only. He sent the questionnaires to all the offices, the government offices. From there only he collected the data. So you might have carried linguistic survey of India. Grierson did that. The method followed by Grierson is this one. It is trusted as the core of the survey operation. In specific studies of social environment, the questionnaire is the only research tool used. In most studies, it is use the combination with other tools and techniques. A questionnaire, according to Bokadur, is a list of questions sent to a number of persons. If their answers and which obtains standardized results that can be debated and treated statistically. The dictionary or statistical terms define it as a group of or sequence of questions designed to elicit information upon a subject or sequence of subjects from an information. Questionnaire, schedule, interview. We are using these three for collecting the data. What is the difference between these three? Distinction is made between questionnaire and schedule and interview guide. A questionnaire is a tool or a device for obtaining answers to a bunch of questions by the respondents or informant who fills in the form of questionnaire himself. We used to prepare the questionnaire and give it to them or send it to them to make them to fill the questionnaire. Generally, the questionnaire is mailed to the informants who are to give answers in the manner specified either in the covering letter or in the main questionnaire itself. So, I told that Grierson used this method. The researcher does not meet and help to informant in filling the questionnaire. When you are sending the questionnaire to the informants, it is not necessary for the investigator to go to the place and help them to fill the questionnaire. On the other hand, a schedule, that is the difference between the questionnaire and schedule. A questionnaire is filled by the informant himself. On the other hand, a schedule refers to a form of questionnaire which is generally filled in by the researcher or the interviewer himself. So, questionnaire should be filled by the informant, whereas schedule is filled by the interviewer. He sits with the informant face to face and fills in the form. The researcher assists the respondent whenever necessary in the interpretation of questions. The fundamental difference between a questionnaire and a schedule lies in the method of filling the form containing a set of questions. A questionnaire is self-administrated, whereas a schedule is not. The methodology of constructing questions is almost same in both the cases. An interview guide is a set of points, topics, or matters which must be necessarily covered by an interviewer while conducting the interview. So just tell me about your birthplace. Tell me the journey you carried out last year, or what are the things you know about the fruits? Like that, you can ask. That is the that is the guide, interview guide. Interview guide is very useful because it helps interviewer in covering all the dimensions of investigation for which he conducts with you. At times, questionnaire or schedule itself is used as the interview guide. The reason for the growing popularity is the recognition by social researchers of the importance of quantitative measurement of qualitative social behavior. If you want to measure the qualitative behavior of the society, you have to use the quantitative measurement. For that purpose, we are using this questionnaire, schedule, and interview guide. They are useful as supplemental devices in other methods or data collection, such as observation method or interview method. They also assist in standardizing the observations under interviews. Moreover, the questionnaire is especially more useful and economical in situations where the respondents' geographical dispersal is wide. See, Toda people are living in a place in Nilgiri Hills, whereas the other tribal people, they are living in a border area of Kerala and the border area of Karnataka and border area of Andhra. So if they spread in wider area, then you have to use the questionnaire method. It also levels another purpose. It isolates the respondent from the external influences. The respondent is totally free to express his views according to his knowledge. Knowledge, views, and attitude in an unbiased manner. So the interview should be unbiased. Data obtained without external influence is more valid and suitable. So far, I talked about the field procedure. There are bilingual method, monolingual method, and bilingual method. There are three types of questionnaires: the questionnaire, schedule, and the interview guide. Now, coming to the types of questionnaire, there are so many types of questionnaire, and let us talk about these types of questionnaire. Questionnaires may be broadly of two types. One is structured, and the second one is unstructured questionnaire. Structured questionnaires, in the words of which pose dementia concrete and preordinate questions, that is, they are prepared in advance and not constructed on the spot during the question period. The structure, when we want to go for a field work, we have first, what we have to do is we have to form the questionnaire. That is the structured question. That is what we call the structured question. Sometimes when we went to the field, after that, if you prepared something, and if you ask at the time of interview, then it is called unstructured questionnaire. Additional questions may be thought of and asked only when some clarification is needed, or additional information is sought from the respondents. Even though you have a structured questionnaire, you can ask some other question to clarify yourself. So you can ask some other question which are related to the question put forth to them. Certain types of questions are automatically structured by virtue of their nature. Answers to those questions are normally given with high precision without any vagueness and ambiguity. For instance, questions on age, marital status, number of children, and nationality, etc., are automatically structured. You cannot prepare an unstructured questionnaire in these things. The structured questionnaire may be further categorized into two wise closed form and open-end questionnaire. A closed form questionnaire is one in which questions are set in such a manner that it leaves only a few alternative answers. The informant is left with only a few choices to answer them. It may be of two types. One in which a question is provided with only two alternatives of saying yes or no. And the second type, the other one, which the respondent is provided with a limited number of answers from which he has to choose one or two. So, put a question, give four answers, they have to choose one from that four answers. The open-end questionnaire, on the other hand, is one on which the respondent has full choice of using his own style and diction of language, expression, length, and perception. So this is also necessary to find out the syntactic construction of that language. If you want to find out the syntactic construction of your language, then you have to go for the open-ended question. You have to give a paragraph and you translate them in their language. Otherwise, you can ask them to elicit some stories from his life circuit or something about the flora fauna which they know about that. Like that, you can ask these are called open-end questionnaire. The respondent is not restricted in his replies to the questions, and his answer may be free and spontaneous. He has thus enough freedom while providing answers to open questions. Open-end questionnaire is used mainly for intensive studies. It is also useful for preliminary explanation of new problems and situations. Though the open-end questionnaire provides ample freedom to the respondent, it creates problem of proper classification, tabulation, and analysis, as some respondents give meaningless responses in an unrestricted way. The unstructured questionnaire contains a set of questions which are not structured in advance and which may be adjusted according to the needs of the question period. It gives sufficient scope for a variety of answers. The unstructured questionnaire is used mainly for conducting interviews. However, it also aims at precision and contains definite subject matter. Flexibility is its chief merit. It aims at securing from the respondent and the maximum possible information. If you want to get maximum possible information, you can use this unstructured. Shall I continue or I have to close? So only 2 or 3 points are there. Okay, I will complete within 5 minutes. Construction of questionnaire. In spite of availability of well-tested and theoretically sound guidelines, questionnaire framing is not an easy task. No questionnaire can be acclaimed as perfect and flawless. The first things to be designed is the physical format of the questionnaire. Generally, little attention is paid to the physical format. Good form evokes spontaneous interest from the respondent. Though the standard format has been evolved, certain items are considered to be essential for a good format. According to Jung, the following items are mandatory for most forms of the questionnaire. The identification of agency or organization collecting the data should appear in the prominent place on the front of the form. So you have to give them who is collecting, for whom you are collecting the data. The organization or the agency should be given a prominent place in the form of the right-hand side of the questionnaire. If the information is collected by one agency and sponsored by another, the names of both the agencies should be shown. If the forms are to be returned by mail, the address to which they are to be sent must be clearly specified. The little of the study or survey should be on the front page of the form, and usually it is desirable to have it appear in large point. It should be in big bold letters. Printing and spacing devices can both be used for obtaining effective emphasis on the major items of the form. The authority or for basis or collection of the information should be stated. If the inquiry is from a federal agency, a budget briefs, approval number, and an expiration date all should be given in that question. The confidentiality of the data should be made clear in such a way that the respondent will be assured of protection. The dates of the period covered by the report should be stated in advance, or space should be listed for them to be selected in the respondent as the interviewer. In footnotes, or if footnotes are needed, the space regarding them should be clearly identified, and the amount of space should be determined by the expected number and type. A place should be provided for the signature of the respondent or the interviewer unless none is requested. It is usually advisable to assign a serial number to each questionnaire in order to identify it easily and facilitate the control of interviewing assignments. When a questionnaire contains more than one page, each page should be numbered. If the interviewer is permitted to use extra forms, an item should be inserted for the purpose of identifying each form used. A checklist, you have to give the checklist also in this question, necessary for clear understanding. Just how will it be used? Are several questions needed on the subject matter of the one question? Do the respondents have the information necessary to answer the questions? Thus, the questions need to be more concrete, more specific, and closely related to respondents' experience. The lastly, is the question content sufficiently general and free from spurious concreteness and specificity? If the question content bias are loaded in one direction without accompanying questions to balance the emphasis. So how to prepare the questionnaire, the checklist, all those things I have given in the last part. So with this, I complete my lecture on the field procedures and questionnaire. I have discussed about them and the question methods of collection, monolingual method and bilingual method, and the difference between monolingual and bilingual, and again the types of questionnaire, questionnaire schedule and interview method, all those things, and the structure, the difference between structured and unstructured, and how to prepare a questionnaire, what are the things necessarily be found in the questionnaire, and that finally a safe list should be given in the questionnaire. All these things are very basic for anybody doing research in the field. So these are though these are the basic things, you should know all these things before you take you go deeply into your research. Okay, I thank you all for your patient listening. I once again thank the 360 Research Foundation for giving me this opportunity and giving me the to serve as an advisor. So this is the first time I have a contact with the 360 Research Foundation. We have more contact in near future. Thank you all. Is there any questions? Many people are here. You can ask something. And this is the book. Endangered Languages Documentation Revitalization is a book by me on Toda tribes, mostly on Toda tribes and Irla, Bania, and all those things. So this book got Achuna Menon Award from Dravidian Linguistic Association for this year. For this year. Hello, anybody?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Is there anyone want to ask something? There are many research scholars from this language field.
Yeah.
If you want to ask something, uh, let's move ahead. If we have any question, ma'am, they must contact you. Thank you so much,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Your very precious time you have given to us to this 360 Research Foundation.
Okay. Thank you.
Your expertise and valuable uh, perspectives have broadened our understanding. And really, thank you so much, ma'am. Next,
Okay. Thank you.
we are going to start. Dr. Priya, ma'am, have you joined? Dr. Priya Yadav, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Food and Nutrition, Institute of Home Science, Dr. Bhimrao
Yes,
Ambedkar
yes,
University, Agra.
I have joined.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Next speaker is Dr. Priya Yadav, ma'am. Ma'am has joined, and ma'am is assistant professor. Let me introduce once again. Ma'am is assistant professor, Department of Food and Nutrition, Institute of Home Science, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University of Agra. Ma'am, let's start.
Yes, yes, I just want to share my slide. I think there is some problem. Is
Ma'am, please share your screen. Dr. Priya Yadav, ma'am, are you there? Ma'am is trying to rejoin. There may be some network issue at Dr. Priya ma'am's side. Uh, now I would like to invite next speaker, Dr. Sarika Srivastava ma'am. Ma'am, are you there? Dr. Sarika Srivastava ma'am. I now request Dr. Sarika ma'am. Dr. Sarika ma'am, are you there? I'm just trying to contact with them. Dr. Sarika ma'am, am I audible to you? Please switch on your mic. Ma'am, I request you please switch on your mic.
Already, yeah.
Yes,
Am
thank
I
you, ma'am.
audible?
Now you are audible. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Hello,
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
yeah. Hello, everyone, and respected all the dignitaries, experts, research scholars, students, and my dear colleagues. Today, this research topic of discussion is very much interesting. And because there are so many experts, they have already given you, and you have already jotted down the points which has been associated with the research methodology and the technicalities, as well as the what are the criterias, what are the things which are actually related and associated when we are doing research on social sciences and humanities. All right. So the most important thing is that before proceeding, there are so many pinpoints which I want that all the students, because they are students, because what I think is that learning is a ever going process. It is an unending process, and we have to learn so many things uh, related to the research, because nothing is perfect in this world. So proceeding forward, I just wanted to pinpoint the things, and then the my discussions will rigorously will be followed with the logics and the supportive statements. So first of all, I just wanted to throw some light on what is the importance of the social science research, right? Why it is so much important, and what is the importance of social science research? When we talk of the at present, the field of discussions of social science is increasing tremendously, because everything uh, in the world revolves around the social sciences. Whether you talk about the any subject, and the main subject of social science is man and his behavior. Whether you talk about the sciences and the pure sciences and the social sciences and other forms of, you can say, the social science related to the arts and the literature, the most important thing is that we have to talk and study hard about the man and his behavior. This is very important and a very tough task which we have to go through it very rigorously. Then different social sciences conduct discussions and research on these issues from their own point of view. The most important thing is that I know whatever the things which I am making you, that you should jot it down in your head and in your brain, and as well as in your notepad. Already you know all these things, but the most important thing which I wanted to tell you is that the things which seems to be very simple, they, when we go on doing research, when we go on writing the research paper, we forget these small things which we have to remember very vigorously. The first thing is that when we talk of the issues in the social science research, the main point of is that we have to talk about the causes and the solutions of various problems. What are the causes and what are the various solutions through which we have to serve on the table when we are doing this social science research, particularly in the humanities. And we have to focus particularly the problems arising in the society. These are very important, and these things are found through social science research only. When we proceed further, I'll just pinpoint one definition which is related to the research. When we talk of research, what it is, everyone will say something which is very original, या पहले काम हमारा बहुत अच्छे से हो चुका है already. We have already done that, and again we are searching on those particular issues and bringing something very original from our perception. That is known as the research. So according to the Green, research is definable as the use of standardized procedure in the search of knowledge. Whenever any researcher is writing a research paper or research article, today era is that you wanted to get name and fame within overnight. Yes, I am writing a research paper and it should be published in Scoopers or some standardized journals. No, your point of view and your focus should be on that. You have to follow and you have to make the use of standardized procedure in the search of knowledge. You have to search on that particular topic, the problem which is being identified by you only. And through that particular problem, you have to reach that particular goal, these solutions which should be beneficial for the society and for the other people who are doing research or the students or the institutions and the organization. So this thing is very much clear ki when we talk of the social science research, what is the importance of social science research? Now, the following points I want you to note it down, or whether if you are not noted it down, then you have to keep these things. Remember, the following points bring out the significance of the research in social science. What is the significance of research in the social science? First of all, I would just like to, I just wanted to throw some light ki what are the sources of knowledge. Like whenever you are writing a research paper or a research article, or whenever you are doing research in a very simple language, what is your source of knowledge? The sources are very important and the means are very important. I will be very precise because there are so many contents which I will be discussing today with you all students. First point is that social science research is an important source of knowledge. It opens new ways of knowledge and wisdom. When something unknown brings to the researcher, there is a sort of inner pleasure and happiness. The most important thing that just already we have done so many things. Already we have done a lot of research. What newness you are bringing in your research? It will not bring any kind of an, you can say, enthusiasm, or it cannot be inspired other researchers too. So what kind of a sources you are using, you have to be very precise. You have to be very sorted in your mind, and you through that particular sources of knowledge, it paves the way of ignorance and gives new direction in social life. न्यू डायरेक्शंस मींस कि उसकी वजह से जो हमने रिसर्च किया है या जो हम रिसर्च पेपर लिखना चाह रहे हैं, there should be in the mindset, in the mindset of the other people, you are giving new direction. Yes, in this way also we can think. This is not the only the way that we are thinking on the same pattern or the repetitive patterns. We are actually proceeding in other areas also. And this particular research paper which I am actually writing, this paves the way for the other people also. Now the second point is that which I wanted to discuss is that research in informative. Whatever research you are doing, it should be hardcore informative. What do we mean by informative? Can anybody tell me what do we mean by informative? What do we mean by informative?
Could
Yes.
be fully descriptive.
Which gives
It can be.
information.
Fully descriptive with all information.
Okay. Yes. What else? Any other answers? What do we mean by research in informative? One student, a research scholar, has told me that it should be descriptive, right?
Yes, descriptive.
Other answers?
With some proven data with citations.
Yeah, very right. Correct. Whenever we talk of research and informative, it should provide updated, proved. Second is what you have told just right now. It should be authentic. It should be very, very useful to the end users. End users, I do not want to explain this. Who are the end users? वो students भी हो सकते हैं, academicians भी हो सकते हैं, कोई भी जो भी उस चीज, जो भी उस article को, research paper को वो पढ़ रहा है, वो end users हो गए. ठीक है. अब वो end users already हो सकता है, they are already having an expertise on that particular topic. But the moment you have used this particular second point, that whatever research paper you are writing, it should be research and informative. Maybe it is possible they are much mean inspired, those who are expert, yes, this particular person or the student have paved the way for the other newness in the, you can say, in your research. They are not using, the repetitive pattern or the repetitive solution. Now I will proceed for the third point, that is social cohesion and unity. What is cohesion? What is cohesion?
Cohesion, I think, is a connection, how we can connect with one pattern with the other pattern.
Yeah, very nice. When we talk of social cohesion, whatever research you are doing, Okay, they should have some kind of a connectivity. It should not be in illusion, or it shouldn't be in air, right? Whatever you are writing, it should have those, the variables, the causes, the problem identification. All these things should be linked with one and the another, right? Now the fourth point is that when we talk of research paper, it should be social planning. What is social planning? What is social planning? How can social planning be done when we are writing research paper? What is social planning? It brings new insights, right? Right? What do we mean by social planning when we are writing research paper?
I think, I'm not too sure about this, but I think the gathering that we are actually collecting from the literature review, and we
Yeah,
want to reflect that in our write-up.
yeah, close to that. What kind of an answer I am expecting when we talk of social planning? If someone wants to develop and bring social growth and development in the society, right? Why you are writing research paper? Just for the sake of writing? No, na. Each and every research scholar wants to write research paper so that it brings something new and it can pave the way, and it should be beneficial for the society. So social planning is that when you are living in a society, and daily you are reading newspapers, daily you are reading journals and the problems, on different issues, isn't it? Whether it is related to law, art, literature, geographies, anything, history, anything, then you are seeing on this particular issue, there is not at all discussions being made or written by the government of India or by any other researcher. Why shouldn't I try on this particular issue and I start writing on this? Isn't it? So this is social planning. There are two ways when we are thinking about the social planning. On the one hand, the social planning is being done in the society at the 360-degree angle when you are looking around the environment. These kind of developments are being made in the society, and in this particular area there is not at all development being made, or made 50% only. So where are more chances of your research to grow? Matlab, I think it sounds very logical and authentic. When your research will be more admired, when your research paper, or whenever you are doing research, you are much more aligned with social planning, isn't it? In this situation, achieve the growth of the society on the right line is highly necessary. Social growth can possible only when problems are solved. If problems remain at the static point, at the static situation, very stable, then what is the use of doing the research? It sounds authentic or not? Say just yes or no.
Yes, very much.
Yes. है ना? So now when we talk of structural changes, this is also the most important thing. Then when we talk of research paper, structural changes is responsible for bringing structural changes in our social life, right? We bring social and cultural change in a social situation, which is the outcome of social research. Can you give any example? Can you give any example? Any researcher can, anyone can give example. Structural changes, what are the base of structural changes, or what are the structural changes which you are seeing in the society? You can take help of your recent research which you are doing. Structural changes. Structure means ढांचा जिसे हम कहते हैं, right? When we talk of the past era, or when we see the past era, so many social evils were being existing in the society, such as sati pratha, parda system, dowry, and so many things, right? So many laws are being enacted and have been enacted. When we are seeing this kind of a structure changes, which is being gradually evolving with the help of new laws, with the help of amendments, right? we can include them as the true source while we are writing our research paper, right? Now, now the other point is that when we talk of social control or social prediction, what is social prediction? What is social prediction?
Maybe from our research work, we
Yeah.
are planning to bring some kind of changes or enhancement or
Yeah, of
development.
course. Yeah, very true. There should be some kind of a magnitude, and this facilitate prediction of the results, right? So I will not be very much, descriptive. I just wanted to cover up all the points, and then I have to move forward. Social control. What do we mean by social control then? For smooth running of the society, social control is very, very necessary, because otherwise, so whatever you are writing, and other people who are maybe semi-illiterate or illiterate or average people, right? They will think whatever is being written in this research paper by so and so XYZ, this is true. So it will run, your research work will run like a jungle rule in the society. So, for bringing social order and control, you are writing the research paper, and this is the main objective. And you can see the crux of writing research paper in humanities. These things you have to keep in mind. There should be some kind of a social growth. There should be some new techniques. Social research introduces new techniques and improves the old ones. It also modifies the existing tools of research. It gives us the methods of knowing new ways of using our research procedure. And it should be problem solving also, right? So the problem solving is the thrust of most researchers. Social problems are felt directly, isn't it? They will be shooted directly on the researcher. See, this is the research problem. See, this is the problem identification. Now, if you are okay, and if you have the proper resources and the sources that you can find out these solutions and something give better to the society and the nation, then go ahead. So it is your, it is your own perception, okay, in which areas or on which lines you have to proceed further, right? Now, other is identifying societal behavior. This is very, very important, because one hand we are talking about that you have to write research paper in social sciences and the humanities, and we forget about the, you can see the behavioral aspect. So this is very important. सोशल रिसर्च थ्रस्ट, फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर किसी भी पर्सन को रिसर्च करना है और उसका बिहेवियरल, इसमें आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू एग्जांपल, उसका बिहेवियरल एस्पेक्ट देखना है कि किसी ने फॉर एग्जांपल क्राइम किया, isn't it? तो पर्टिकुलर क्राइम करा है किसी ने, उस क्राइम को कितने लोगों ने कितने तरीके से किया है, तो उसका पर्सन का बिहेवियरल पैटर्न क्या है, वो क्यों कर रहा है, क्या उसके आउटकम्स होंगे, या वो सुसाइड, अगर हम इस चीज को फाइंड आउट करते हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल अभी रिसेंट में कल देख रही थी चैट जीपीटी की अगर बात हो रही थी कि कैलिफोर्निया के अंदर अभी एक केस आया कि स्टूडेंट जो है या बच्चा बहुत लोनली फील कर रहा था, ही वाज फीलिंग वेरी मच लोनली एंड ही वाज आस्किंग कि व्हाट कैन बी द सॉल्यूशंस ऑफ माय लोनलीनेस, like how can I eradicate loneliness from my life. So the chat gpt was again giving same answer कि if you wanted to commit suicide, or if you wanted to do suicide, because this thing is being revolving in that particular student's mind, so you go ahead. So that particular chat gpt was providing so many avenues कि how you can perform. So this is the negative, you can say, the aspect of the research which was being done by the AI, or you can say the research tools which are being done from the you can say the engineering department or the AI or the IT sector, कि you have developed something good, that through that particular you can say the app or you can say the machinery, you can detect out the you can say the answers or the problems which you think can be solved through this particular sources or the media, but how it is being used. So this is the pattern and this is the behavior, that how you can analyze and judge कि student का behavior इस तरीके का होगा, एक रिसर्चर का बिहेवियर इस तरीके का होगा। तो ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द आइडेंटिफाइंग ऑफ सोसाइटल बिहेवियर, द मेन thrust on societal behavior is which is studied and analyzed and steps needed to modify the same to achieve certain broad goals, not negative rules, and that broad rules should be very very positive, isn't it? आपने कोई चीज, कोई ऐप, आपने बहुत रिसर्च किया और रिसर्च करने के बाद कोई आपने ऐप बनाया या कोई आपने एक ऐसा सिस्टम डेवलप किया जिससे स्टूडेंट्स हेल्प लेने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर वो गलत सोच रहे हैं यानी कि उनका बिहेवियर निगेटिव की तरफ जा रहा है, तो वो निगेटिव आंसर उसको प्रोवाइड कर रहा है। मतलब कैन यू get what I wanted to tell you and teach you? Whenever we are doing research, the most important thing is that you have to research on those patterns which should work positively and constructively for the society. All our social problems could be attributed to certain societal behavior. So behavior understanding and analyzing the behavioral aspect. अगर डाउरी के केसेस बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रहे हैं फॉर एग्जाम्पल, तो क्यों बढ़ रहे हैं? अगर किसी को रिसर्च पेपर इसके ऊपर लिखना है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, तो व्हाट आर दोस बिहेवियरल एस्पेक्ट? मेंटल, जिसे कहते हैं नैरो मेंटेलिटी, या इलिटरेसी, या लैक ऑफ एजुकेशन. सो व्हाट आर दीज थिंग्स? These things are, you can say, the different variables, and through those variables you have to study the different behavioral aspect of the particular you can say the population, ki why this particular kind of a wrong deeds or the, you can say, the patterns which is actually hampering the society in such a you can say pernicious manners. Now the development of methodology. तो मैथडोलॉजी आप लोगों को पढ़ाया है, मैं एक बार और थोड़ा सा बता देती हूँ, उसके अंदर एग्जाम्पल देखिए, बिकॉज विदाउट एग्जाम्पल इट विल बी ऑफ नो यूज. डेवलपमेंट ऑफ मैथडोलॉजी टू डील विद सोशल इश्यूज इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट ह्यूज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस ऑफ सोशल साइंस रिसर्च. फॉर एग्जाम्पल एग्जीक्यूटिव स्ट्रेस, कॉर्पोरेट स्ट्रेस जिसे हम बोलते हैं, right? Because it is a very burning issue now these days because of so much huge long working hours. People are suffering mostly because of this executive stress. Then the other is worker ethics. When there is, because देखो ये अगर हम executive stress की बात करते हैं तो उसके अंदर worker ethics इससे कैसे जुड़ा हुआ है? Anybody can tell me how executive stress is related with the worker ethics? Can you tell me what is the you can say the relation or the correlation between these two variables? Come on fast, this is very simple. You are doing methodology part, right? और वही सेम पैटर्न है आपका कि सर्वे करना है, ये करना है, वो करना है, लेकिन इसके अंदर अगर मैं एग्जाम्पल दे रही हूँ कि एग्जीक्यूटिव स्ट्रेस और वर्कर एथिक्स की बात करते हैं, तो ये दोनों एक दूसरे से जुड़े हैं. कैसे जुड़े हैं? कैन एनीबडी कैन टेल मी? यस.
I think this, if you talk about the executive stress, is basically the stress that is being, like, a person is burdened with some work, or there's a work pressure, and the person is not being able to fall in the right track of what is ethics all about, the professional ethics. Or maybe
sorry, because that is why I am here to tell you and to teach you. Now, मैंने इसलिए pinpoint यहाँ पर इसलिए किया है because whenever there is a long duration of hours in corporates or any other public sector or a private sector, it is known as the stress. Simple word, stress. Whenever there is a stress, there are only two situations left. You are writing a research paper. I'm just telling you how to open your mind and broaden your horizons. Either person will compromise on ethics, either he will be too ethical, he will be thrown out of the organization. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or not?
Yes, right.
And because executive stress होगा या normal stress होगा, तो researcher अगर पेपर लिख रहा है इसके ऊपर कि executive stress in the corporate sector, आपने 2 organizations choose कर लिए, तो उसमें what is the impact on work ethics, right? This is the topic of your research paper. So either the person will be too ethical, people will be throwing him out of the organization because he is too much ethical, cannot align with the organization, And the other thing is that so much stress, isn't it? He will start taking bribery and he'll start cheating, isn't it? And so many things. Leadership style, this is also one of the important factor. Child labor, women illiteracy, drug addiction, labor absenteeism, etc. are social issues which are hardcore related to the organization, right? And it sounds very authentic. If you guys start working on these, I know कि इस पे बहुत काम हो चुका है, लेकिन फिर भी हम दोबारा से करते हैं, हमें दोबारा से कोई चीज इसके अंदर अच्छी से नजर आती है, right? Drug addiction, labor absenteeism, etc. Now I will ask you again one question. What is your good name? You are answering me continuously. What is your good name? May I know?
This is Mr. Yusuf Nonkadri here. I'm from Shillong.
Okay, okay, Yusuf, right?
Yes.
When we talk of executive stress, now executive, I just ask you one question. Executive stress is related with the absenteeism. It is?
Yes, maybe. Because
Yeah.
if a person is too much stressed, then it is oblivious that he'll be absent from work.
Yeah, very nice. So, because सारी चीजें जब हम लिखते हैं तो वो इंटर रिलेटेड होनी चाहिए, ठीक है?
Yes.
हमें किसी की
Exactly.
को ऑथर की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, हम खुद ही इतना अच्छा पेपर लिख सकते हैं. सो मेरा एक थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट व्यू पॉइंट है कि whenever we start writing on research, whenever we have started doing research and writing research paper or the research article, there should be some identification of the problem which is very huge, and then other variables should be interrelated with that particular, you can see the problem. Okay. Next is societal development. I think it will be overlapping, so I will not explain this. Already I have explained. Formulation of new theories, which is very, very common. Social tool is very, very important. When we talk of social science research is a tool for social planning, isn't it? Social science research is what? What is that? It is a tool, right? It is a tool for social planning. Whenever we talk of social tool, it is a kind of a social planning development, you can say, the layers through which we can proceed for the good research. Now, other thing is that when we talk of people's welfare, that is also very important. This is very simple thing, but it is also very important because ये जो part मैं अभी बता रही हूँ ना, this will include in your findings part, isn't it? जब आप findings करते हैं ना, anybody will ask you what is your solid findings, isn't it? When you wrote this research paper, so it should be actually associated with people's welfare, isn't it? By stating what is and what is not good for the country, for the economy, for the industry, and for the consumers, for the students, for the stock market. If you are writing research paper in finance, right? And social research helps to contribute to social welfare, right? This thing you have to keep in mind when you are doing research, isn't it? Otherwise, ऐसे नहीं कि बस मुझे लिखना है इसलिए लिखना है. It should have some value, right? Now, taking new idea. Now, social institution and phenomena are never static. It keeps on changing. Nothing is, stable. Change is the law of nature. So to gauge the change, research is needed, and such research helps in dynamically responding to social institutions and phenomena. Right? So this is very important that you should have new idea. You should be little bit, you'll say what ma'am is saying. Yes, you have to be little bit, you can say diplomatic. Proper diplomatic system helps to protect the interest of the country and a nation. मतलब आपसे पूछा कि आपने ये रिसर्च क्यों किया है और आपने जवाब दिया मैंने ये रिसर्च इसलिए किया है बिकॉज पर्टिकुलर इस कम्युनिटी के अंदर ये रिसर्च नहीं किया गया है. So it will sound very harsh and rude and very arrogant, isn't it? What you have to answer when you are writing, what you have to answer it in a very diplomatic way, right? So research has to be done for a proper diplomatic system to run the country, to run the government, and for the other people who are aspiring for this research paper and the research articles. And when we talk of introducing accountability, it is actually the same one or the same thing, that you have to be very accountable, right? Another is political development. This is also very important. Ki research helps a lot in political development. You can't leave this particular segment, aside. This political development is not at all important when we are writing any research paper in humanities. It should, if other countries and if other nations are also studying your research paper, this particular person has written this thing about this particular issue, so it should give some kind of inspiration to solve their own country's problem, right? Iraq, Israel, they if there's so much of chaotic situation is being, seen around the world, राइट इन टूडेज अभी अभी की हम बात करते हैं, जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की अगर हम बात करते हैं, तो if you are started writing on terrorism, for example, so it should help, your research paper should help for the political development and how you can erase or eradicate terrorism. Then another is elimination of social inequality. दिस इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. भाई अगर आप ह्यूमैनिटीज की बात करते हैं और सोशल रिसर्च की बात करते हैं, तो आपको वो सारी चीजें यू हैव टू कीप इन माइंड कि 360 डिग्री एंगल से, कि हमने पॉलिटिकल देख लिया, हमने लॉ देख लिया, हमने इकोनॉमिक्स देख लिया, हमने फिनेंस देख लिया, हमने सोशल इनइक्वालिटी की हम बात करते हैं, हम सारी चीजों को ध्यान में रख के देन योर रिसर्च पेपर इज, you can say, it is having some class. Then other is, you can say, establishment of public society. This I just wanted to explain. Strong public society is very important for the effective functioning for the democratic system. Research is needed on how to build these public societies, what they will do, how they will do, and so on. This is very important. What they will do, how they will do, and so on. हम पब्लिक वेलफेयर सोसाइटी की बात करते हैं या हम वेलफेयर स्टेट की बात करते हैं, तो वो कैसा रन करना चाहिए, तो दैट हम पूरा तो नहीं कर सकते. ऐसा तो कभी कोई कंट्री या कोई स्टेट ही नहीं हुआ जिसके अंदर कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं हुई हो. बट अगर ऐसा है, थोड़ी बहुत भी है, तो उसके अंदर हम क्या हेल्प कर सकते हैं. इंटीग्रेटिंग डेमोक्रेसी, दिस इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. In the case of a fair party system, a fair party system is the manifestation of political democracy. If the naughty party system exists, in the social and political peace, solidarity, and discipline are maintained, and social and political development takes place, there is no research alternative for a fair team system. I hope this is the utmost and important task of any researcher. Anybody has query in this particular point? In case of a fair party system, there may be opposition party, there will be ruling party, isn't it? And if you are doing research related to some political system, or if you wanted to bring some kind of a political awareness in the country, you must keep this thing in mind, that whatever you are writing, it should bring peace in the country, it should bring some kind of a discipline in the nation and as a whole society. So these are some, I can say these are some points which I have already discussed. Now I just wanted to proceed further. When we talk of the research, basic steps in social science research process. So there are different, you can say, thinkers who have presented their own, you can say, the ideas or their statements on those following patterns or on those following lines. A researcher should keep these things in their mind while doing a research. So the first point, when we talk of Kenneth D. Bailey, problem selection and conjecture of formation, that is very important. When we talk of what are the social science research steps, how to write the research paper. So first point is that problem selection. Problem selection is very, very important. Your selection should be appropriate, and that should be a problem. That should not be already a sorted problem. That should be a problem. Then only you can sort it down the problem. Then other thing is preparation of a research design. The third point is data collection and data encoding and analysis. And the last fifth point is that result analysis. So I just wanted to ask you one thing. When we talk of result analysis, what are the basic criteria you keep in mind as a researcher? Anybody? Anybody? Should I give example? Should I give example?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay. When we talk of this data processing and analysis, after properly editing the data collected from the field stage, it is presented in various charts in a categorical manner, isn't it? Through pie charts or through bars and something like that, which should be, through diagrams. The data is then analyzed with the help of statistical methods and techniques, and attempts are made to verify the accuracy of the research hypothesis. Can anybody can tell me what is hypothesis? I know it sounds very simple, but what is hypothesis? What is research hypothesis?
It's a kind like of prediction.
Okay. What else? Hypothesis means the causes, the problems, and the effects and the results, which we are studying simultaneously in parallel manner, isn't it? That is called hypothesis. A कौन सा hypothesis is good for your own research? The kind of a problem which you have not generated, which is actually seen very visible to the audience, and according to that you choose particular hypothesis, and it actually confirms your research paper that you have done you can say जिसे कहते हैं, you are very much judicious with your research paper when you are writing a research, isn't it? Now I'll just very fast move towards the importance of a good methodology section. So this is very general and this is very universal. Readers need to know how the data was obtained, because the method you choose, it has to be very effective, isn't it? Second point is that methodology is crucial for any branch of scholarship, isn't it? And it can be unreliable method also, but you have to choose proper sources, and the proper means and the data should be collected. You should be collected with proper enthusiasm and proper desire, so that it can inspire with your finding supportive system, isn't it? Now, the other thing is that the readers want to know that the data was collected or generated in a way that should have some kind of a consistency. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने 2001 से 2005 तक का 2001 से 2005 का डेटा लिया, उसके बाद आपने 3-4 साल फिर स्किप कर दिए, उसके बाद आपने फिर 2010 से 2015 का डेटा उठा के लिया, बीच में क्या हुआ? So there should be some consecutive years which should run simultaneously, and it should be connected and it should be interrelated. So I just wanted to proceed further, and I just wanted to tell you that when we talk of research paper, what should be the structure and what should be the writing style. So when we talk of group research method, there are two main group of research method in the social sciences. First is the empirical analytical group approaches, the study of social sciences, and the other is interpretative group of method, which is focused on understanding phenomena, isn't it? In both the group of research methods, the outcomes of applying the methodology for gathering and interpreting information are referred to as findings and the results. Right? So anything which I don't think anybody is having some query related to that, because it has been very simple when we talk of this research problems and the you can say the kind of a research ideas which I am giving you, ki how you should write a research paper and what are the methodologies through which we have to proceed when we are writing the research paper. Acha, anybody can tell me now? I just wanted to make it very, light now. My lecture should be light now. You should feel relaxed. Now, anybody can tell me what do we mean by research article and the research paper? What is the basic difference? Yes. What is the basic difference? What is the tribute when we talk about the difference between the research article and the research paper? Yes. What is the basic difference, or it is the one and the same thing? Any answers? Any answer? What is the basic difference between the research article and the research paper? It is one and the same thing, or is there any difference?
Research paper is more detailed document.
Research, ma'am, again, please say again.
Research paper is more a detailed document.
Okay.
And article may be formal and publication in a scholarly journal.
Yes. Like when we talk of research article, because people are using in one or this another way. Yeah, I'm writing a research. You are a researcher. You must know thoroughly what is the difference between the research article and the research paper. There are very minute and meager differences, but you have to know. When we talk of the research article, it is a written document. These both are formal, ma'am. These both are formal. When we talk of research article and research paper, both are formal document. Both are formal documentation is being done. But the simple thing is that a research article is a document that presents the findings of a research strategy or experiment. It just focus more on the experimental issues. When we talk of a research paper, it includes an in-depth analysis and interpretation of research findings. This is the basic difference. This is the basic difference. And when we talk of the purpose, what is the purpose of research article and the research paper? Can anybody can tell me? What is the basic purpose when we are writing a research article and when we are writing a research paper? Is there any difference? What is the purpose? Why we write research article? What is the purpose? Come on, everyone is highly educated and expert people are sitting over here, and particularly my lecture, this lecture is particularly for those students who are research scholars. So just tell me, what is the purpose of research article and writing a research paper? What is the purpose? Is there any difference? Be interactive. Is there any difference? So the purpose, now I just do not want to wait for the answers. When we talk of the purpose, a specific research study or experiment to the scientific community, the main purpose is to communicate the result. The main purpose of writing a research article is that to communicate the result of a specific research study or experiment to the scientific community. You have to be very specific. You have to be, whenever you are writing a research article, you have to run on those circumferences, within those parameters, your study should revolve. Your purpose should be that. आप उसके beyond नहीं जा सकते हैं. तो फिर वही वाली बात आती है कि अगर हम पर्पस की बात करते हैं रिसर्च पेपर की, तो रिसर्च पेपर का पर्पस क्या है? रिसर्च आर्टिकल से डेफिनेटली डिफरेंट होगा. टू प्रोवाइड अ डिटेल एनालिसिस, जो शायद अभी किसी मैम ने बोला था कि टू प्रोवाइड अ डिटेल एनालिसिस एंड इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ अ रिसर्च फाइंडिंग्स, ऑफन इंक्लूडिंग अ लिटरेचर रिव्यू एंड द मेथोडोलॉजी. ये दो चीजें जो हैं हमको डिफरेंशिएट करती हैं जब हम रिसर्च आर्टिकल और हम रिसर्च पेपर लिखते हैं. इन दोनों चीजों को हमको वी हैव टू कीप दिस थिंग इन माइंड व्हेनेवर वी आर राइटिंग. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक ऑफ लेंथ, व्हाट कैन बी द लेंथ? एनी आइडियल लेंथ? Any ideal length? Typically shorter, ranging from a few pages to around 20 pages, isn't it? When we talk of research article, it should range from few pages to around 20 pages. And when we talk of a research paper, usually longer, ranging from 20 to 100 of pages, right? So these are the basic difference when we talk of. And now again, when we talk of scope, because scope is very important. What do we mean by scope? What is the scope of research article? What is the scope of research article? Don't give me answer which is very much technical. कि मैम स्कोप ये होता है कि इसके अंदर ये पब्लिश हो जाता है या पीयर रिव्यू में हो जाता है और रिसर्च पेपर जो है वो स्कूपस में होता है या इसमें होता है. What is the scope of writing a research article? I'll tell you, when we talk of research article, the scope is focus on presenting the findings of a specific research, you can say, or the study or experiment can be published in academic publication journals, conferences, proceedings और online platform. ये एक technical answer है. दूसरा जो मैं इसके अंदर आप लोगों को बताऊंगी, which is not been written in the books also. When we talk of about the scope of the research article is that कि you are having abundant knowledge, you are full of knowledge, but due to some reasons you wanted to write in short 3 research articles. So you have to choose particular, you can say, the topic, or you have to select the identification of the problem or the problem identification you have to do on those particular lines where you find that in this particular area, the scope is very much confined. Did you get it? जिसके अंदर confinedness है, जिसके अंदर narrowness है, हम उसको जल्दी लिखेंगे और वो ज्यादा एक्सीड भी नहीं करेगा, ना हमें उसके अंदर बहुत सारे सोर्सेस या बहुत सारे रिसोर्सेस की जरूरत होगी, and it will be done on time because you are very much sorted in your mind कि this is the scope when we are writing the research article. When we talk of the research paper, it explores a broader research topic or a question. Question is very, very much important when you are writing a, you can say, the research paper. कि what kind of a questions or the queries which are being shooted on you in the form of documentation or which are emerging in your mind through which you can properly provide some broader, you can increase your border, you can say the horizons, and topic or the question should be huge through which you can answer, including a literature review and analysis of multiple studies, where there should be some kind of, you are studying on multiple issues. There should be multiple studies you are doing, and then you are writing a research paper. In-depth analysis. ऊपर से नहीं, in-depth analysis. So these are the things which I just wanted to मैं लेंथ और डेप्थनेस पे एक बार जरूर मैं इसके ऊपर फोकस करना चाहूंगी कि when we talk of research articles are typically shorter in length, na, compared to research paper. They usually limited to a specific word count, often ranging from 3,000 to 8,000 words, depending on the journal's guidelines. So whenever you are writing, you have to choose particularly the guidelines where you wanted to get your, you can say, the research article published or research paper published. आप अपने हिसाब से अपनी मर्जी से नहीं कर सकते हैं. You have to keep this thing in mind. You have to read a journal कि अच्छा इस journal के अंदर ये guidelines है. So I have to go through these particular guidelines. Should I have to carry on or?
So ma'am, you can conclude in few minutes.
Okay, fine.
Because we have 5 more lectures and more than 10 presentations. Ma'am, you can conclude in few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So in conclusion, when we talk of research articles and the research papers, both are very much vital components of academic and scientific discourse, while research articles are concise and focused pieces of scholarly writing that present original research and findings. So the most important, what I just wanted to give you, all the students who are doing research or there may be some students who are in the process of doing the research. What I just wanted to say is that whatever you are thinking, it should be original. whatever your finding is, that should be original, which should directly be you written from your own mind, and it should be documented on paper. It should not be copied. The findings should be done very you can say wisely, very wisely. Research paper provide a more comprehensive exploration of a particular topic. So there should be some kind of a whenever you are writing, it should have some kind of a you can say the exploring kind of a topic where you can explore more. Jahan already work has been done at large, there is nothing to explore. So choose wisely. मैंने अभी बोला choose wisely. Last, research articles follow a standardized structure and are primarily published in academic journals. So you have to target specialized audience. You have to see ये मेरे ऑडियंस है और इसको ये कवर, मैं इन ऑडियंस को कवर करूंगा, तो मैं ऐसा रिसर्च पेपर लिखूंगा कि इन ऑडियंस को मैं बहुत अच्छी तरीके से अपने ओरिजिनल रिसर्च फाइंडिंग्स दे पाऊं. सो एंड लास्ट एंड नॉट द लीस्ट, आप भले किसी भी तरीके के रिसर्च पेपर या रिसर्च आर्टिकल लिख रहे हैं, द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट योर कम्युनिकेशन, verbal communication and written communication, this should be excellent. It should contribute to the advancement of knowledge in various fields. Because अगर आप सोचते अच्छा नहीं है तो आप लिख भी नहीं अच्छा पाएंगे. These both the things are interrelated with the each other. So communication within what is going in your mind, the ideas, it should be properly catch with the pen which you are writing. So communication skill is very important in the research paper. Specifically, I'm talking about the research paper in social sciences and humanities. Because with words, you can play with the minds of the people and can bring something good and original on the table. It just, you have to play with the words. That should be wisely chosen, and it should be authentic, appropriate, and it should not be hurtful for you can see you can say, like when we talk about the political, you can say the upgradation and the changes which are being made, casteism, when we talk about social inequality, we talk about the patriarchal society, we talk about the social evils and all these things which we have to keep in mind. It should not hurt particular, you can say, the segment. It should be authentic, it should be chosen wisely, it should be tested, experimented well, and communicated well on the paper. So in short, like I have concluded my lecture, I think it's much more on the communication part, how to write a research paper and research articles. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. This session was really so catchy, I can say that. And we got so much knowledge, and many research scholars must be getting more and more knowledge from your lecture. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we have Dr. Priya Yadav, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Food and Nutrition, Institute of Home Science, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University,
Yes,
Agra.
I'm present here.
Yes, ma'am, you can continue, please.
Thank you for introducing me. A very good evening to everyone, and I am honored to be here at the 360 Research Foundation to share my thought on nutrition and nation, a multidisciplinary approach to combating malnutrition in India. As we all know that nutrition is the important aspects of our life. The strength of nation depends on the health and nourishment of its people. Malnutrition, since everything is going in our hand, but malnutrition remains a big challenge in our country. There is not just a medical solution we need a collective efforts of health, agriculture, education, and community. Now, I would like to start here. What is nutrition? The nutrition is the science that studies the interaction between food, nutrients, and the health. It involves the process of ingestion, digestion, absorption, metabolism and the excretion of the nutrient that sustain life and the promote well-being. The most important thing, the educate nutrition that is important for the proper growth, development, and the prevention of disease. That will helpful for the physical health, cognitive performance, and the productivity and the quality of life of the individual. Optimal nutrition encompasses the both macro and micronutrient that will support energy metabolism, immunity, reproduction, and the tissue repairance. Here is the food pyramid that shows about how to eat per day. What we need to focus on, that we need to consume cereals, pulses, and milk in the adequate amount. That is the most important thing we need to focus in our daily life. What In the second step, when we go ahead in the pyramid, that depicts about the we need to take the plenty of intake of fruits and vegetables. When we go ahead in the pyramid, that we proceed about the fats and oil consumption and the fresh food consumption. It should be in the moderate amount. Last pyramid that is on the top, it should be in the limited intake in our daily life. The most important thing we need to focus, we should exercise regularly, we should be physically active, and the most important thing we need to do and avoid alcohol, tobacco use. That is the most important thing. And after all those things, we will get the good health. Here is the my plate for the day that is given by the ICMR NIN. That is the per day plate that should be included in our daily life. When we are talking about the cereal and pulses, what amount we should need to take in our daily life? 250 gram cereals, pulses, and other nutri-cereals we need to take in our daily life. When we are when we move to the next thing, what is the fats and oil? When people nowadays is focusing that we should not take this, we should avoid the fats and oil, but the fats and oils is very necessary for your brain health. That is the most important thing we need to focus on. That the 27 gram is recommended for that person. And we go ahead for the nuts and oil seed, that is required 35 gram. When we go ahead, the pulses, eggs, and fresh food, it should be 85 gram. And the most important thing that that contains the vitamin and minerals, that is fruits and vegetables. The vegetables, the both combo should be the 500 gram in a per day diet. When we're talking about the vegetable, it should be 400 gram in your entire day. When we are talking about the fruits, it should be 100 gram. After completion of that plate in the entire day, it will helpful to promote the health and the prevents the hinder hunger and protection and give the protection against the diseases. Here's the malnutrition. Malnutrition, that is a condition that is due to the inadequate and excessive or imbalance intake of nutrients. That is a major health concern in our country. When we are talking about the malnutrition, it is differentiated between the two parts. That is the undernutrition and overnutrition. Undernutrition, that is divided into two parts. The first is the wasting, stunting, and underweight. When we are talking about the micronutrient deficiencies, that is vitamins and minerals. So wasting is about the total low weight for height. When we are compared with the children height with the WHO standards, so then we are going to that the person that the child is having the low weight for height. When we are going to the stunting, that is the child is having low height for age, so that we consider as the stunted children. That is underweight. And the fourth is the micronutrient deficiency, that is due to the lack of vitamins and minerals. Here's the overnutrition. It is also the part of the malnutrition. When we see the excessive intake of food among the population, here is the one part of our country, they are taking the less intake of fruits and vegetables. The other part that is taking the over intake of their meals. Here's the determinants of malnutrition. Here's the immediate cause, that is there is underlying cause. After that, the people are focusing on the immediate cause, the inadequate dietary intake that will suffer from any diseases. After that, the outcome will show up like malnutrition. Here's the prevalence of malnutrition in India. When we are talking about the National Family Health Survey Report 4 and the NFHS 5 report, here we can see here that data depicts about that the stunted children below the age of 5 years from the NFHS 5, NHS 4 to 5 report. There is a minor difference we are seeing here. The decline is a minor. This is around 3%. When we are talking about wasting, that is also we are a very lesser decline in the wasting. When we are talking about underweight, that is also the lesser decline in the underweight. And when we are moving to the anemia condition among the children and the women, here we can see that both things are increasing in our country. That is the most important thing we need to focus, that problem should be more focusing in our country. When we are talking about the body mass index of the female, so mostly females are having less than 18.5%. When we are talking about the NFHS 4, that is 22%. It is around 23% of women, and there is around very few lesser is having 18.70%. When we are talking about the overweight and obesity circumstances in our country, in the male and female both, that circumstances increasing in the day by day. Here is the determinants of malnutrition. There is a socio-economic inequality, poverty, and food insecurity. When we are talking about the household wealth, that is the most important thing we are discussing about the malnutrition. That is the most important indicators. What is the circumstances of the family? That directly impacts the malnutrition circumstances. When we are talking about food insecurity, that is due to the low income, price shock, and seasonal birth. That will also directly affect the poor diet. And poor diet, after the poor diet, the people are suffering from stunting and wasting situations. When we are talking about the next determinants, maternal undernutrition, intergenerational cycle, when mothers are not having enough knowledge about the how to take nutrition during the pregnancy and lactation, obviously they will suffer, that the child will definitely suffer from low birth weight, and there is so many complications will arise during that period. When we are talking about the infant and infant and young child feeding practices, that is also the we are seeing nowadays, that is the most important thing is arising here. Delayed initiation of breastfeeding, that or low exclusive breastfeeding. There is a poor complementary feeding is introducing their poor complementary feeding practices. They are also the facing problem like people not having enough amount of animal sources food in our daily life. Here is the poor diet quality and the food environment. When people are not having enough knowledge about what kind of food stuff should be included in our daily diet. When the people will have that knowledge, so directly they will get the benefit in the condition of non-communicable diseases that is arising in our country day by day. That is the most challenging thing in our country. When we are talking about infections, disease burden, here is the most important thing also here. Here the next, health system access and service quality. Is education, women's empowerment, and household dynamics. Most important thing we need to focus on that. The climate change, agriculture, urbanization, and nutrition transition is also most important thing. Here's the national and global policy framework. When we are talking about the national policy framework, the SDGs. There are around SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 4, and SDG 5. Those SDG goals directly and indirectly linked with the malnutrition. We need to focus on that. We need a multi-sectoral collaboration, and that should be the integration of health, agriculture, and there are so many things we need to collaborate to overcome that problem in our country. There's a zero hunger, that is most important thing. We need to focus on that. Here is the ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. There is a quality education when people will aware about that, what should eat, what should not eat, what time should eat, and in what age groups we should add that kind of things in our diet. As we have seen the data where anemia is arising nowadays, people are not aware about that. They know about that green leafy vegetables should be included in our diet, but what is the absorption thing we need to add? We need to add vitamin C along with PG and green leafy vegetables. So that is the most important. We need to emphasize that. We need to aware the population about that. Now we need to improve that the gender discrimination. It is also the when we are talking about that thing. In some families, still that thing is also here. When the male child will have that thing in our plate, but the female child will not have that thing. We need to focus on that problems. Nutrition programs and policies. Here's the list of nutrition programs and policies. Still, India is facing a malnutrition problem. That is the most important, and it's a complex challenge of our country, where we need to focus on that. The implementation process should be improved, and there we need to focus on that. The collective efforts from the government, the ministries, we need to focus from the community. Community also need to collaborate with the agency so that those programs will run and the people will get the benefit from those plans. Here's the challenges in combating malnutrition. Here is the implementation gap that I said earlier. Here is the most important challenge gap between the policy formulation and on-ground implementation. That is the most important thing we have seen. What is the formulate, but what is the implement? So that is the most important. We need to focus. Here is the long list of nutritional program. Still, we are facing the very poor scenario of malnutrition. Here's a monitoring mechanism. When we are monitoring mechanism, so it should be like it should not be the traditional based. It should be like some app should be generated, some tracking should be, malnutrition tracking should be done, so that that implementation gap should be removed for the assessment of malnutrition. Here is the regional and socio-economic disparities. So here is the regional disparities. When we are talk about the northeast, there is the Meghalaya having the high percentage of stunted children. When we are talking about the Sikkim, they are having the lowest number of children. Here, when we are talking about the central Bihar, Jharkhand, and Madhya Pradesh has the high percentage of underweight children. When we are talking about the north, so here is the Uttar Pradesh and JK. When we are talking about Uttar Pradesh, here is the stunted children is more. When we are talking about the JK, the wasting children is more. When we are talking about the southwest, here is the Kerala and Goa. Here is the Karnataka, Gujarat has the higher amount of higher number of stunted, wasted, and lower underweight children. When we are talking about the socio-economic disparities, it is also, we have discussed earlier, the maternal education should be improved, the caste and status should be improved, the poor household system should be improved. When we are talking about the most important, still that thing is exists in our nation, the food taboos and the traditional food dietary habits and the cultural misbeliefs, that thing should not be, that thing should not be. We need to focus on that thing. Here's the micronutrient deficiencies and the double burden. India faces the dual challenge of undernutrition and overnutrition in our country. The dual burden complicates program planning as interventions must simultaneously address both under and overnutrition. The impact of pandemic and emergencies, when we are talking about the COVID-19, as we all know about that, that situation is also affect the nutrition status and that condition of our country, when we are seeing that the people are suffering from the most important thing in our country, the people are suffering from undernutrition, malnutrition, and basic situation. There is also so many things is also arising when we are talking about the national emergencies like natural disaster, droughts, and climate-induced crop failures that is also arising that will directly indirectly affect the nutrition. Limited data and evidence-based monitoring is also we need to focus. Without robust monitoring and evaluation framework, program adjustment and policy decision may not effectively address localized malnutrition challenges. Most important thing we need to focus is that intersectoral coordination challenge. Here I said earlier, we need to take all the things together. The health, education, we need to take agriculture, we need to take community work, all those things we need to do. After that, we will get the good result in the malnutrition status. When we are talking about the opportunities and future direction, need to strengthen the implementation and monitoring of the policies and programs. The most important thing right now we need to do, use the real-time digital dashboards. That thing will definitely decline the undernutrition stages and the overnutrition stages. We need to, next thing we need to focus, nutrition sensitive agriculture. We need to focus on that. We need to promote the traditional practices. We need to promote that millets like mota anaj. When we are saying in our ancient time, we need to, it should be the part of our daily life. The community engagement and behavior change, the most important thing we need to do that. We know that what should we eat, but we are not eating. There is the technology innovation. We need to also improve, address the double burden of malnutrition that the problem is arising here. When we are talking about the multi-sectoral coverage, which is also important, policy and research. Here's the multidisciplinary approach to combating malnutrition in India. Yes, so all those things we need to focus, just like our five fingers. We need to take the community together. We need to take health. We need to take agriculture, technology, and education. Just like five fingers, we need to take all those things in the nutrition so that we can easily combat the situation of malnutrition. Here is the most important thing we need to focus: public health interventions. Public health interventions, we need to properly implement it and the monitor on timely, and the exact data we need to gather, and we need to work like we need to take the data, pre and post analysis should be done. We need to focus on the agriculture food system. We need to, most important thing is here, education and nutrition awareness is also most important. We need to improve the nutrition practices among the children. We need to improve the nutrition knowledge of the mother. We need to improve the what is the food practices is occupying in our young adults. We need to focus on that, and we just need to plan such kind of things that will improve the daily plate of the individual. Social protection and the economic intervention, that is the most important thing we need to focus. There's a women empowerment and gender focused strategies is also important to include. There's a science, technology, and innovation is also include. The integrated multi-sectoral approaches, that is the most important thing we need to include. Here, I just want to conclude here. Malnutrition in India is a multifactorial challenge that cannot be addressed by a single sector. Integrated and multidisciplinary approach across health, agriculture, Education, social protection, technology, and community engagement are essential for sustainable development. Both undernutrition, overnutrition, that both things are occurring in our country is the double burden. We need to require the simultaneously strategies to overcome those circumstances. We need to focus on evidence-based policies, digital monitoring, and the community involvement. That is the most important thing that will enhance the program effectiveness. Successful intervention require coordination between the national programs, state initiatives, and the local stakeholders. Here is the recommendation I would suggest here: strengthen the multi-sectoral collaborations, enhance the program delivery, and promote dietary diversity, local foods, and empower women communities. And where we need to focus on to enhancement of technology innovation, and we need to focus on that, target the high burden areas where we need to implement, where we need to get the result, encourage the research and policy development. Now, I would like to thankful to the team of 360 Research Foundation to invited me for the talk. And I just want to end my words with this line: the fight against malnutrition is the fight for a healthier and stronger India.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your insightful and valuable this knowledge you shared with us. Uh, Thank you so much. Is there any question anyone want to ask something to ma'am? Uh, Thank you so much. We have next speaker, Professor Jitendra Mohan sir. Sir is Professor Emeritus of Psychology from Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. And about sir, sir is President Asia Pacific Association of Applied Psychology uh, since 2012, and a member governing council, Indian Council of Social Sciences Research. And sir has been holding many designations like founder and founder president Sports Psychology Association of India since 1985 to 1993, president Indian Psychological Association 1997, president Indian Academy of Applied Psychology since 2005 to 2007, member managing council International Society of Sports Psychology since 1989 to 1997, member board of directors International Association of Applied Psychology since 1996 to 2004 and 2006 to 2014, and vice president Asian South Pacific Association of Sports Psychology since 1919 to 1998. Like that, sir was holding many position and knowledge of sir, and hoping blessings from sir. Sir, on
Good
behalf of 360 Research Foundation, we welcome. You can start, sir, please.
good evening, everybody. I'm particularly grateful for this invitation by Sudhandu Kumar Shekhar. This is an opportunity to reach very many people and communicate what I've done in the field of human excellence. I'll go on to my presentation straight away. Yes. When you talk about human excellence, I like to quote myself. This was a definition which I developed over a period of about 20 years work in the field of excellence. Excellence is a way of sun falling on a peak surrounded by dark clouds. This has been, you can see the picture. Excellence is age old, as old as pyramids. And luckily, pyramids are still surviving. You can't say that it is right here and it was about 25,000 years ago. The path of excellence is in a form of self-inquiry. It should be a flame of inquiry in the mind of the person. And it takes you to pliability, humility, and tenderness. And it also results in fearlessness. When I talk about it, I'm reminded of Dr. Kalam. All these qualities he had, and he was a humble person. Excellence has the following components. Talent. If you have talent, you can pursue it. If you don't have, nothing can be done. Skills, you have to learn. Dedication is the ultimate issue of your motivation and inclination. Dedicate yourself. Overcoming hurdles. There will be a lot of problems in the way, and there's a way to overcome. Why I have given Qutub Minar? It's one of the symbols of excellence of more than 600 years ago. These are the greatest intellectuals ever. Some people will comment, these are the Western. In my next lecture, if ever, I'll tell you the Indian intellectuals. But you can find out easily, no problem. These days we are talking more about them, but these are the recorded people in the last 1 century. Karl Marx, he talked about social and economic issues. Nobody is better than Albert Einstein in terms of science. He is the creator of modern science. And then out of our own in vulnerabilities will come strength. This is Sigmund Freud. If you talk about psychology, if you talk about the people of inner abilities, nobody is better than him because he started psychology. We have Indian psychologists also. I'm one of them. I've been around the globe for the last about 80 years, but he was about 150 years ago. And the second person in psychology was Albert Wundt. Wundt was a German. So was Freud. He was German, but he had to shift because of the problems which Hitler created. But politicians create problems for the significant, important people. Many people leave. You can find all these things happening every time there are crises. There are crises created by politicians. And he shifted to England and made a major contribution. These are the first people who scaled Mount Everest. They are Sigmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay. Luckily, I met both of them. Way back in 1953, they went on top of the Mount Everest. Mount Everest is the highest, and reaching there would not mean me just a physical act. It requires psychological and motivational and technological. And this is the first gentleman who went to Neil Armstrong. There's a joke. Somebody who was teaching and he happens to be by chance a minister. I'm very sorry to do a joke to you people, but all of us can share it very comfortably without saying anything against the minister. But he said Hanumanji. I don't believe in it. Hanumanji is in our beliefs. But in the recent past, Neil Armstrong was the first man who went to the moon. This is the person I like most. In sports, I have a major contribution in the field of sports, but there's nobody like him who went to the political manipulation to throw him out of the championship. But he kept on fighting. He won the battle of law, came back and won it. He was beaten, then he was won it. And He's the only boxer in the world who never got defeated till the end of his career. In between, he lost many, but basically, to be invincible in a game which is very, very, very tough. These are the people who are fastest at the moment. The girl called Thompson and Usain Bolt. You can imagine that these people run 100 meters with the record seconds. These are Grand Slam winners. They're my favorites. I put in the center Sania. You've seen all these people playing. This is Madam Williams. This is, I don't know, I've forgotten his name. This is Federer. And this is Radal. These days we have a guy, he's waiting. He has 124 Grand Slams and is making 25th one. He's waiting. For the last a year and a half, he's contesting and he's losing, sometimes in the final, sometimes just before that. You know, like, it's not easy to be the world champion. Last year, when in the Olympics, our Rajan, the javelin thrower, when he got second position, we felt bad. But there's another guy from Pakistan, he got the first position. You must appreciate every time there's an Olympics, there are going to be lots and lots of competition. It doesn't happen like a handshake. It's much more than that. Pursuing excellence is a journey, a path of self-discovery. Excellence is striving for perfection. I'm not reading the whole of it for only one reason, because you can see it. Human excellence calls for qualities of both the head and the heart. Thus, it involves harmonious blend of intelligence, emotional and spiritual quotient. It's a beautiful kind of definition by Mr. Bhaskar. This is another model. This is a Greek model of excellence. These pillars are standing for the last 2,200 years ago. If you go to Athens even today, you can see it. When these pillars are there, they need regular repair. They need ready looking after. But you can imagine the kind of material they used to keep them. You keep them intact, save them. The weathers change everywhere. We feel a lot of changes happening these days to all the bridges in India, particularly in the Himalayas. They're falling. But this is because they are not done properly or they are not repaired properly. They're not, maintenance is very low. Sometimes the material is not produced properly. This is the excellence. Please, all of you must see carefully that they are foundation stones, there are financial inputs, and there is networking. If you do not have financial inputs, nothing can work. Higher education needs inputs. Lower education needs. I was really upset that about 80,000 government schools have been closed because teachers are not important. These are the financial inputs. If a country wants to be the best in the world, or even okay, they need inputs. Networking is like we are doing. Mr. Sudhanshu has done a great network that he connected various people, he requested various people. Those who joined, they are part of the network. For future conference, he'll find it easy. Then the person who is going to be the leader, he must know many disciplines. He must work for innovation and quality, but it cannot do without the state-of-the-art apparatus. Our labs must be improved. If DRDO people are doing something, they are not at the best level, but they can still move if we are investing a little more. Leadership requires responsibility. Leadership is not a shape and it's not a showmanship. Leadership is taking responsibility of the people. Governance, being honest and transparent with it. And this is a very funny kind of idea, which I put corporate social responsibility. This refers to only the people who are working in industry. Anybody who is working in the industry, even if it's Adani or Ambani or Ford or whatever, it's expected they do something for this society. That is called corporate social responsibility. Some people make temples and all. It's not important. Are they doing some welfare things for the people? Hospitals, schools, colleges, otherwise helping the people who want to build. Human excellence depends upon technical thinking, evidence-based thinking, not just imagination. Professional and peer accreditation. We always talk about a good journal and a bad journal. A bad journal is one which is not accredited. And then good decision is support system. It's not a one man that who can decide. There are a group of people get together, think, have a exchange of ideas, and then they decide. Effectiveness and efficiency. Please remember efficiency, effectiveness, and efficacy. Efficiency refers to the individual. Effectiveness is how you get it from others. And efficacy is when you know that your team as well as you are efficient. It's a beautiful combination at all the three levels. Learning and risk management. When we are learning, we must learn how to have a risk management. At the moment, the political things in the whole world, as you might be realizing, I must be realizing, we're going through a lot of challenges. Challenges of economics. Economic challenges are very, very risky. We just were on the brink of a war with our neighbor. It's not important who starts. It's important who begins and ends it. It's a risk. Every such thing has to be managed and understood. Even a school teaching, even going for a conference like this. The other day I was attending a conference in which more than 1,000 people are involved. Giving a cup of tea to them, a glass of water, managing their seating. Even this is important. This is traits of excellence. Excellence are generally very playful, but at the same time, very disciplined. If they get up early morning at 9 o'clock, no, they always get up early. They are smart, but there are certain things they don't bother. They are rebellious. They would say, no, you're wrong. But at the same time, they are independent. They would say, no problem, I'll manage it. They're open. Somebody suggests to them something, yes. I was very happy to hear the first lecture in which the lady said, you can ask me now questions. When you are open to the questions, that means you are ready to get people involved. And you're sensitive, both passionate. The people who are excellent are very passionate about their work. Please have your own area and find out somebody, and you'll find that that person has excelled because of only one reason, passion. These are the principles. You can look at them. I don't have to repeat. Result orientation is the issue. Social responsibility. And then people development. It should be related to development of the people. When the teacher or a scientist is involved, he is developing a team. He's not just developing himself. This is Wheel of Excellence, one of the Canadian psychologists who was working in this area. He developed this small little model. He's no more, I'm sorry for him. He was a friend of mine, and he said, it should be full focus. Distraction control, constructive evaluation, positive images, mental readiness. Put them together and you get commitment. Wheel of excellence is doing like wheel. There's no point which is on the top, which is at the bottom. All of them put together makes a move. Wheel of excellence is like this. Hurdles to cross towards sustained excellence. Inspire and sustain a commitment towards excellence. Identify the trademark techniques and develop a sustainable system. When I'm saying trademark, you can always think of it that when you go and buy something in the market, when you go and join a company, when you are going to go to a school or a college or a university, you go for a trademark. We know which are the best universities in the country, which are the fake universities in the country. You just keep on trying. And suddenly you find there's a kind of speciality of their trademark. You put that on it, it sells. It sells like Harvard. It sells like Princeton, Oxford, Cambridge. In India, we've got IIT, excellent training in technology. We have 5 or 6 very good IIMs. We have universities like I rate my own university, Punjab University, very high, but I know Delhi University, BHU, and Bombay University, they're doing tremendously well. If you can get an admission there, you see, every year you try tests, and if you get admission in there, you know you have done very well. These are the things. Excellence would be dependent on these. First of all, you must have a time management. I'm looking at my watch. It's 7:36. I'll finish at 4, 8, 7. I think I'll be allowed to speak for 10 more minutes. First is time management. You are given time, play. Beyond time, you're scratched out. Controlling your environment. Then having your social control in your own area, your team, your people, your guides, your friends, your parents, everything part into it. But you may not be in a position to manage your politicians. I have a very different view about politicians. All politicians are not irresponsible. They are responsible in their own way, because after 5 years, they come back to you, please vote for me. At that time, you can tell, no, decide it. Then intellectually, every day, you must improve yourself. You understand it? Every day you improve yourself by learning a word, reading more, listening to the people who are more knowledgeable. And the fifth is emotional intelligence. Someday we'll talk about it. Because emotional intelligence means controlling your emotions and understanding others' emotions and controlling both of them, making a beautiful kind of ambience with them and getting the best out of it. Every time you get angry, every time you get depressed, every time you get happy without reason, no, there's a balance. And managing them is very important. Physical is not just your own health, physical features. And these days we are having a lot of rains. And the rains are affecting our roads. Rains are affecting our lives. Rains are affecting our trains. And rains are affecting our crops. These are the controlling system you have to plan in future. It's not just today. And the topmost is the spiritual. I always feel for spiritual, you should be honest. You should be in a position to concentrate. It's not some area which is only showmanship. Every person who is willing kind of dress up as sadhu or whatever, please know. Spirituality is a personal quality of an individual to relate with human beings, to love each one of them, and thinking that each human being is as good as himself. Taking care of people. I regard in spirituality some of the greatest people like Mahatma Gandhi and Gautam Buddha. You can find your own. There's no competition, because spirituality is not something which is like a drama, a pretension. Spirituality lies within you. This is what we require. If you want to be excellent, you must have aspirations. Look at this young person. It's like a story of a girl who had developed handicap, but then she decided that I'll go to the Mount Everest, and she traveled it. Can you imagine the thing which is so difficult for the able-bodied? She did it with that. Aspiration is important. Second is a very important area which all of us should understand. Lots of hidden effect. It's like a beautiful iceberg. 7/8 of it hidden. A only little bit of tip is visible. The hard work is the hidden part. Something which we do performance is on the top. Invest in yourself. You are like a small seed. Grow. Look after yourself, and a beautiful blossoming tree will come out. A tree is the best example of blooming. This is self-belief. Is a little cat looking in the mirror and thinking that she is a lion. Have this kind of belief. It's not a kind of deception. It's like believing that when you try, you prepare, you can be successful. There's no limit to your imagination. Recently, that bridge over River Chenab, that young lady engineer from ISI has built it. I salute her. For 17 years, she was working on it. And today, it has not perished so far. Touch wood. Why? Because it was done in honest, scientific way. It's not built overnight to tell, okay, do inauguration. It's not for inauguration. Anything which is built only for pretension or celebration has no life. You must build for life. You must build for longer periods. We have lot of such events, lot of such engineering marvels, such of institutions which have stayed for years and years and years. It can be one event, no. Thousands of years, events can stay. This is the right moment. Be mindful. What time you strike an idea. Be mindful. And at that time, you pick up a small little dose of petal and fly away. You see the picture is so beautiful. It communicates everything. This is the most important thing, is to decide which is most important thing. I must say, when we select a topic of a seminar, a lot of times we select it for one reason, that it's the current topic. Second time, the grants are available. Third is that we find that the people are wanting it. People want that to be in that area. Watching those wings, time flies. Time is the most precious thing in the world. And here's a monk. These last 1 year, I've been attending some such classes where like I'll be 83 on 1st October. When I watch these saints or sadhus or monks, each one of them is so focused. They remain alert, but at the same time, they do not get disturbed. It's like peaceful alertness. And the most beautiful thing in the world I'm showing you, she is a Miss Universe. This ant is a picture, a large picture of an ant, which is carrying 8 times the weight of her weight. This is much more than the greatest weightlifter in the world can ever. You have the potential. You have the potential to change your routines, to change your exercise, to change your self-belief. Will come. These are the choosing of agenda. How you choose. You are taking up a challenge or curiosity or commitment or connectivity, compassion. But the most important thing is credibility. You can do anything if you are credible. People trust you, you're credible. If people don't trust you, you bluff them, no way. Hard work for that small moment when you get a gold medal, you're not getting as many gold medals as we want. I belong to a university which produced 2 Nobel laureates. Every year we are rated. Why? We want that feeling of greatness, achievement, excellence once or twice a year to be shared with the audience. It's not only propaganda. It's not just an advertisement. It's just telling people that we are going ahead, going ahead. I heard the first paper that there's some talk about the number of papers. Yes, the quantity of the papers matter, but the quality of the matter of the papers matter much more. And how you publish, where you publish, and how it's received by the audience. There are many books which perish. There are many books and ideas stay because they're good, they're reasonable. This is excellence is not a skill. Build an attitude. It's an attitude. Look at the flying bird. It gives you an example of a beautiful aircraft. I'm sorry for the 747 Boeing. It had a lot of problems, including the airfield. We cannot read back. The scientific analysis I've read somewhere, but one thing I've read that this kind of human tragedy is avoidable if we had taken enough precautions. The aircraft is landing at a place or rising above. These are the 2 moments which are very important. When it's rising, it must have enough space. There's no space for this in Ahmedabad airport to make a mistake. It caused that. The other reports, sometimes reports are fudged. I don't believe it. Such a big tragedy happens, and you can imagine if you are a pilot, if you are an engineer, and if you are a traveler, think of it and then think everything to be taken as your responsibility. These are the greatest excellers. These are ours. I love them, salute them. It's like our great leaders, Rabindranath Tagore, poetry, Mother Teresa, service, C.V. Raman, one of the greatest Nobel laureate, scientist, Amartya Sen, a great economist. Then Daniel Kahneman, he's not Indian, but he's Jew, but he's talking about economics, using of psychology. And this is our dear Hargobind Khurana, biochemistry, Pandit Ravi Shankar. He's not, because they're working in a field, there's no Nobel Prize, but the best musician of India. And Abdul Salam, somebody will say he's a Pakistani. No. Nobody at that level of excellence, nobody belongs to anywhere. He belongs to a humanity. But luckily, he was a student of Punjab University, Lahore. This is Malala, this girl wanted to go to the school. Some people didn't like it. Why a terrorist killed somebody, only terrorists can tell, but we know it's unreasonable. But then she walked in. She says, every girl has a right to go to school. And Mr. Satyarthi, he picks up the labor people and takes them to the normal, ordinary working situation. Look, taking care of those people who are not taken care. This was my most favorite, you can imagine, Mary Chanu. She has won another medal now. Recently, she won last year and she's got another one. Mary Com, no women boxer has won as many medals as she has got. That this young girl, I'm talking about this, I like her. Anya Nehwal. And then our Neeraj Chopra, the best javelin. It changed the definition of javelin. Manu Bhaker, he got a bronze or silver, it's not important. To perform your best and dedicate yourself. This is Vishwaraya, is a great engineer. And this is Charles Correa, a very great architect. He's not as famous as Le Corbusier, who made a town like Chandigarh. I always invite people that you must visit Chandigarh to understand. Though these days it's not very well maintained. Trains and waste management, many things, but still it's the best city of India. This man, a French man, designed it more than 50 years ago. It's still not perishing. This is the Chandrayaan. This is our Indian effort. And I always salute the people who are like him. These scientists, these army scientists, defense scientists, they silently do the work. They're not film stars. This is it. Drew Wisman, Nobel Prize in Medicine last year. These are the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2023. Nobel Prize winners, women. Quite a good number of them. This girl is from Iran. I don't know whether she's alive. When you raise voice, people kill you. This was Marie Curie, a scientist, the only person in the world who got 2 Nobel Prizes. And this is a Aung San Suu Kyi. She's still in the jail in Burma. Many times the people who raise voices, their voices are stifled. And this is Greta Thunberg. I've intentionally put her name. She is one of those people, very young. She's suffering from a handicap. And she always talks about climate, climate, climate. She addressed the United Nations and told that the politicians must take the responsibility of the environment. Environment is not one day, one click, one magazine, or one photograph. It's a concern of absolute taking care of the climate wherever you are, whether you're on the hills, roads, using machines, using cars, producing carbon dioxide. She's so full of, and she sometimes gets arrested. Recently, she raised a voice against the war in Israel. I think all of us want wars to end. All of us, for right-meaning people. Those who boast about wars, I get choked. Why I get choked? Because I feel some irresponsible people feel that fighting is great. No, it's condemnable. I go back to my memory that excellence is being multifaceted. It's in a variety of fields. It's not just for, it's captured the interest of researchers. And for the last few years, since 2011, I've been working in this area, produced about 20 odd research papers, 3 books, and 1 book I'm compiling. When I finish it, I'll hand it over to the director of your course. What's his name? Yeah, it's such a beautiful name. Shekhar. Shekhar sounds so good. Shekhar साहब, आपको ये किताब मैं भेजूंगा, पर उससे पहले आपको एक चैप्टर इस किताब के लिए लिखना पड़ेगा. But I come back to the end. I must give a quotation of Urdu. ये इश्क नहीं है आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए, एक आग का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है.
Great, sir.
Being excellent is not easy. Working for excellence is not easy. It's like crossing a river of fire. और उसके ऊपर से कूदा नहीं जा सकता. You have to go through it. Each one of you should prepare yourself for this kind of hardship. And a beautiful Everest podium is waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel proud that I could talk to you. It's a matter, I told Mr. Sudhanshu why I wanted to be a part of him, because the part of the world to which he belongs in Bihar. Many people have different views. I have a very high regard for it. I regard Bihari as the first president of India. I regard Bihari to be a great guy called JP. Can you find people like him? Can you think of a university like Nalanda? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for listening to you. And I will not be in a position to answer your question, but if you send the message to Mr. Shekhar, I'll be very happy.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot for your very blessing. I can say that this is a blessing. Your every word is blessing for us because you have so much experience at very higher level, and uh, every slide I was relating every slide to my own life, and I was smiling. I was thinking my all starting days. So I'm so thankful to you, sir, and I got so much knowledge and so much motivated. I can say that myself and all participants must they are motivated. Thank you so much, sir.
God bless you.
Let's
Thank you for giving me the chance.
Thank you, sir. Let's we are moving towards technical session, and then we have two more lectures. I would like to invite just 2-3 presentation of research scholar, and then we'll have two lectures of Dr. Sakshi ma'am and Dr. Minal Parekh ma'am. Before that, I just want to invite some research scholars for presentation if they are here. Uh, Krishna VK. Krishna
Yes,
VK is here.
yes.
Yes, you can start your presentation, please.
Okay. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you can start, please.
Okay, I'm Krishna, and I'm working as a behavior therapist at the Healness Counseling and Child Rehabilitation Center. Okay, now let's start. Okay, I'm going to present a review article on meditation-induced brain changes, a review on neural correlates and intuitive processing. And my aim is to bring together the findings from neuroscience and psychology to see how meditation may not only reshape the brain, but also how the meditation influence intuitive processes. Okay, let's start. Okay, all we know that meditation is widely practiced across cultures for well-being and mental clarity, and neuroscientific studies confirm that meditation produces both structural and functional changes in the brain. And there is a major gap that only few studies directly link those changes with intuition that the meditators often report as a benefit of meditation. So my aim was to review the examine to the examine this connection, that how the meditation influence intuitive processes. Okay, now findings suggest that meditation enhances attention, and emotional regulation, and may provide a foundation for stronger intuitive awareness. Then come to the objective of the review. Uh, neuroscientific findings on meditation. Many studies exist in the field, but some of them are. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, clearly audible.
Okay. There are neuroscientific findings on meditation, but many studies exist. But bringing them together gives a clearer picture. My second objective was to examine whether the meditation may also link to intuition. There are lots of studies that link the meditation with brain changes, but there are limited studies that support the intuition and meditation linkage. While meditators often report this, research is still limited. And my third objective was to highlight the limitation and suggest direction for future studies. To conduct this review, I searched on PubMed, Google Scholar, Scopus, with the keywords of meditation, neuroplasticity, intuition, EEG, and fMRI. And I focused on peer-reviewed studies published between 2000 to 2025, and I excluded clinical interventions that not directly related to meditation. This method helped ensure that findings came from a reliable sources. Let's come to the main findings, the main part of the review, that are the brain changes. Many studies found that meditative people's brain changes in the terms of structures and functions. Let's come to the structural changes of meditative people's brain. The study shows that structural changes, meditation increases cortical thickness in regions like prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate, which are linked with attention and self-control, and growth in the hippocampus. The region hippocampus supports memory and emotional regulation. At the same time, the region amygdala, which is related to stress and fear. The region amygdala tends to shrink in meditative people. This explains why meditation reduces stress. And the findings in terms of functional changes, EEG study shows meditation increases the alpha and theta waves. These brain waves that are alpha waves related to relaxation, and theta brain waves that are related to creativity. So in meditative people, the brain waves that are alpha and theta waves that are high in the brain changes. Well, fMRI study shows stronger connectivity in attention and control network. It also says that the default mode network, that is the DND network, which is active during mind wandering, that shows reduced activity, meaning meditators are less distracted and more present. The default mode network means that our mind is always in a wandering mode. The common people cannot fix their mind in a mindfulness state. Our mind is always not in our control. So the default mode network is slow, and the meditators are less distracted and more stay in present. Uh, these pictures in this are the areas where cortical thickness increased. There are 4 regions marked in the picture of a meditative person. When comes to the main point, that is meditation and intuition. One of the most interesting findings is this part, and uh, many practitioners report stronger intuitive sides during or after meditation, and brain regions such as prefrontal cortex and insula that are involved in both meditation and intuitive decision making. And while direct scientific evidence is still limited, a possible mechanism is that meditation improves attention and reduced mental noise. This allows intuition to come through more clearly. Most studies says that if a person meditates for long years or long time, their brain will change into the changes leads to structural changes or functional changes. But the evidence for meditation change in intuitive processing that are limited source are exist. Uh, Scientists say that possible mechanism that may be when we meditate, our attention and awareness become high. That's why we allow That's why we allow the intuitive thoughts come more clearly into our mind. When we come to the limitations in current research on this topic, only few studies directly measures intuition, and also we need all the studies use different meditational science. That is very difficult to generalize the result, and intuition is hard to measure objectively, and also we need more longitudinal or cross-cultural studies in this field. Okay, these findings aim for the future directions. We need more standardized method to measure intuition scientifically and combine brain imaging techniques like EEG, fMRI, and intuition-based tasks that can provide stronger evidence. And it will also be useful to compare long-term meditators with beginners and to see how experiences shape intuition. And also, I think that finally, cross-cultural studies would help us understand whether these effects are universal or it is just influenced by cultural practices. From analyzing more studies in the field, we can conclude that meditation produces significant structural and functional changes in the brain of a meditating person. These changes support attention and emotional regulation, but also enhance intuition through these attention and emotional regulation pathways. But the gap remains, that is, few studies directly connect meditation and intuition at the neuroscientific level. Therefore, future research should be combined approaches to provide stronger and clearer evidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krishna VK. Is there any question anyone want to ask something to Krishna? Okay, thank you so much. Next we have Pallavi Deshpande, research scholar, Ajinkya DY Patil University.
Very good evening. This is Pallavi Deshpande. I'm a research scholar and founder of Pallavi's Management, which is an event management company. And thank you so much, first of all, Sudhanshu sir. It's wonderful platform that you are providing to each and every research scholar. And I'm tremendously happy. From yesterday, I have really gained so much knowledge because you have organized a multidisciplinary. This is the first time I'm attending, and I'm very sure I'm not going to miss even one. And thanks for doing a great deed. Now, I have my title. Since I'm writing on event management, let me present Empowering Youth Through Innovative Event Management, a study on innovation in Pune and Nagpur. Now, right now, I'm speaking from Pune, and I have organized lots of events in Pune, practically also. So, it's an passion as well as a lot of enthusiasm is there when I speak my favorite topic or title on the research paper on event management. Event management industry in India is rapidly growing. What is event management? Mostly event management, we think that it is of weddings, it is of product launches, of conference, cultural festivals, especially in Maharashtra. Happy Ganesh Chaturthi. Right now, even songs are going on, DJ is going on. And each and every one is in a festive mood. So this is what an event management is all about, where we are creating memories. An event manager, he or she goes ahead and organizes the events beautifully. This gives a chance to the youth. Here in this research paper, I'm trying to concentrate on the opportunities that the youth can go ahead and grab, because today's youth, they are spending the energy in frivolous other things. Rather than that, they can use it in a constructive way. There are a lot of promoters which I see in today's colleges also. They go ahead and do a part time. They are also economically gained when they go ahead and join for the events. That way we are supporting not only the society, the country, but our own self. Despite the expansion, the industry is facing a lot of challenges. For example, in Nagpur and in Pune, there are a lot of logical constraints. Then we got to go the regulatory permission from the government and from the legal authorities. Sometimes there are vendor coordination issues. Sometimes in the sponsorship also, when the youth organizes an event, one thing is told and they are never given the complete. They say that the event was not successful. So some of the challenges with a young event manager faces are these. The problems and growth of event management in Pune and Nagpur. I thought that in today's rapidly evolving world, innovation is not a choice, it is a revolution. Nowhere it is more evident that it's a dynamic field. In vibrant cities of Pune and Nagpur, youth are not just participants, they are architects of change. They are driving entrepreneurial ventures, pioneering cultural initiatives, and creating experiences. Gone are the days where there was a low engagement. Everybody wants to participate, be it right in the college, to the event in the family. Even today, if someone is organizing an event, they are very enthusiastic. In fact, we feel that today's youth is using AI, artificial intelligence powered platforms, immersive virtual reality, interactive mobile applications, and all of this. Even I see that people are so eco-friendly that they are trying to go ahead with digital ticketing, paperless communication, and waste reduction. It is showing that we are definitely becoming more responsible in Pune, in Nagpur, and all over India. Hybrid and virtual models are opening doors to global participation, making events accessible to all, while security, compliance, and health protocols ensure safety and trust. And very, very great example, right now we all are using hybrid and virtual mode. Thanks for the 360 Foundation that they have organized. I sitting in Pune and they are in Patna, and I'm able to grasp knowledge from different parts of India. Thank you for that again. But beyond technology and strategy, the heart of the event management lies in ability to empower the youth. Festivals like Pune Youth Fest and Green Campus Carnivals are not just celebration, they are platform for leadership, for creativity and patriotism. Ladies and gentlemen, in Pune and Nagpur, we witness more events. We witness a movement where youth harness innovation, culture, and responsibility take shape. As the global landscape of events evolve, innovation has become transformative. Traditional events are going ahead and they are trying to become more enthusiastic. Nagpur, being the winter capital, it is trying to imbibe more cultural events. In Pune, we see that we go ahead and we have a lot of IT and corporate youthful energy, students driven innovation of tradition and modern events are always appreciated. Especially in Pune, Pune International Film Festival NH7 Weekender Pune, which is a musical festival. We all are globally connected. In Nagpur, it is TEDx Nagpur and Nagpur Mahotsav, where everybody is again culturally connected. So, interaction between tourist and local exchange takes place whenever there is an event. There are certain technological challenges also. Not everybody is tech savvy. When I talk about these two, comparatively, yes, definitely, Pune is on the higher end. But Nagpur is trying to grasp. It is having some 3D booths when I went there, and we see the events which are organized. When we meet the event managers over there, they do organize the weddings. We have destination weddings. Now, Pune being the Oxford of the East, we see that there are a large number of universities, and everybody is given a chance to go ahead and exhibit their talent. So, I would like to conclude by saying youth event management in Pune and Nagpur is transitioning and from traditional to technological driven events are happening. Let me go ahead and conclude this with a beautiful lines. In Pune's lanes and Nagpur skies, where dream take wings and spirit rise, event management, a silent art, becomes a tool to shape the heart. From conference bright to cultural nights, from corporate summits to poetic light, youth wield this craft with vision and flair, creating moments beyond compare. Thank you so much once again for listening, and thank you for encouraging this beautiful event management. And I'm sure the youth, I'm going to spread it more. I have been doing that through my research paper, through my event management, and thank you for the opportunity given here, so that there is one more chance which I have gone to exhibit about the event management.
Thanks a lot. Is there any question anyone want to ask? I think there is no question. Next, I would like to invite Sujatya Datta. Sujatya Datta, student, Pondicherry University. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please, you can. Next, I think there is one more presentation. Just after this, we will have invited talk of Dr. Sakshi ma'am and Dr. Meenal ma'am. And after that, we will go with the remaining presentation.
Okay.
Please,
Good
you can start.
evening. Good evening, distinguished guest, respected chair, and dear participants. My name is Sojatya. I am from Department of Politics and International Studies, Pondicherry University. Today, I will present on Behind the Borders how cross-border infiltration is reshaping India's security, society, and identity. Let begin. Let begin. First, discuss what the previous scholar have said on this issue. Literature review. Studies by Hazarika explains how cross-border has created a divide identities. Puya and colleagues studied the NRC and found how it created statelessness. Khera and Henne shows the problem in the Aadhaar-based welfare. UNHCR reported the refugees inflows after the Myanmar coup. The Ministry of Home Affairs also highlights the gap in the border fencing, but most of the studies look these issues separately. This brings me to the research gap. Research gap. In security, welfare, and cultural issues are usually studied alone. What is missing and how these problems are connected. My studies says infiltration is not just a problem of border, but as a government's failure, and suggest an integrated policy. To understand why this matter, let's look at the historical context. Objectives and the historical context. Partition in 1947, 1950 Nehru Liaquat Pact, 1971 Bangladesh War, the Assam Accord of 1985, the NRC in 2019, and the 2021 Myanmar Code. All shows the infiltration is not new, but a continuous process. With this background, let me explain my approach. methodology, and a case study. I studied three regions: Assam, West Bengal, and Manipur. I usually I use a report from the secondary data and field accounts. From this, I identified four key findings. The key findings and the socio-economic fallout. Fake IDs and ration card allows the misuse of the scams. For example, fake job cards in Murshidabad led the misuse of Manrega frauds of 7 lakhs. As a result, the genuine poor people lost the benefits. Beyond economy, the inflation also affects the culture, the policy recommendation, and the cultural identity. Groups like Bodos and Metis feel displaced. Traditional festivals and the local governance are affected. Even the land and the village names are also changing in some areas of Bodoland of Assam and the Metis dominated Manipur. Let me show the ecological aspects. Environmental infrastructure impact. The settlement overused the groundwater and the electricity. In Manipur, forests are cut off for firewood. These ecological losses are often ignored in policy. Let me explain the legal gaps. The legal and the governance labs. Measures like NRC, fencing, and ASPA are applied, but not in a coordinated way. Over 450-kilometer border of West Bengal are still unfenced. Technology like drones and biometric checks are not fully used. So what can be done? I suggested a roadmap, the policy roadmap. My model has 4 steps. Use of smart surveillance like AI fencing and drones. Audit welfare schemes and the remove of failed entries. Create joint roads between center and states along with the neighboring countries. Safeguard lands and the rights of the indigenous group. Only an integrated model can balance the security and social justice. And with that, I would like to conclude. Infiltration is not just a border issue, it affects the welfare, identity, ecology, and governments. We need an integrated approach that balances the security with justice. Before ending, let me quickly mention my references and my research is based on these references like Hazarika, Bhuya, Kheda, and Henne, UNSCR reports, and the Ministry of Home Affairs. Thank you so much for your kind attention. I hope this presentation has offered some insights on challenges like cross-border integration and possible solution. Wishing everyone a productive seminar ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sujatya. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sumrina Mukta, Professor, Government Degree College, Tamda, Jammu and Kashmir. Ma'am, are you there? Dr. Sumrina Mukta, Professor, Government Degree College, Tamda, Jammu Kashmir. I think ma'am is not there. Next, I would like to invite for invited talk Dr. Sakshi Naresh Khatri ma'am, academic coordinator for MMS program, RPIMS College, Maharashtra, and Dr. Minal Parekh ma'am, assistant professor, St. Francis Institute of Management and Research, KGBN, Maharashtra.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good afternoon.
We can start.
Yeah.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. Dr. Sakshi Khatri here. I will start with my presentation. The topic is sources of data. Basically, the sources of data refers to the different places, methods or channels from which the information is obtained for researchers analysis, or decision making. We can use these sources from a variety of things and then we can utilize it in the way we want it. Next slide. Now, unlocking the data universe. Every day we generate numerous amount of data. Remember, the data is everywhere. From our phones, we can generate from the businesses, governments, from other sources. Everywhere we can generate. But we have to think how to utilize this data in a proper way and how much data to be used. So this presentation will explore where data comes from, why it's important, and how we can use it effectively. The power of data. When I'm talking of the power of data, basically it refers to the ability of data to generate knowledge, drive decision making, create innovation, and transform businesses, societies, and lives. Data, when collected, analyzed, and interpreted properly, then only it becomes a powerful tool for solving any problems and gaining competitive advantage. We will see why data is powerful in decision making. First and important thing which comes here is data provides evidence based insights to reduce the guesswork. For example, I can say company use customer data to decide product launches. Next, we can say understanding human behavior. So when I'm talking of understanding human behavior, it includes social media, surveys, and transaction reveals customer preference. For example, we can say here, we can suggest Netflix suggests movies on the base of reviewing data. Now, next point we can see here, that is innovation and development. Data fuels new technologies like AI, machine learning, and automation. Uh, Here we can take an example of self-driving cars use data from sensors and cameras. Next we have that is prediction and forecasting. Now, data allows predicting future trends in businesses, health, and environment. We can take an example here. Weather forecasting is entirely data driven. Next, we can say the competitive advantage. Now, companies with strong data analytics outperform others. For example, Amazon, you can take an example here. Amazon uses customer data to personalize shopping experience. In short, when I'm talking of data, it is a foundation of knowledge. Without it, decisions are just an opinions. It drives research, innovation, and policy making in every sector. Now, next slide is understanding data origins. Basically, data can come from three main types. First, we have that is primary. Primary data is basically collected directly from the sources for the first time and for specific research purpose. It is original and unique data for the researcher study. Next, we go to secondary data. When I'm talking of an secondary data, it is already being collected and published by someone else for a different purpose, but can be reused for the current study. Secondary data basically existing information like journals, government reports, company records, and database we can use. Next, third we have that is emerging digital sources. When I'm talking of emerging digital sources, it refers to new, innovative, and technology drive platforms or tools that provide access to data, information on content in a digital form. Digital form means unlike traditional sources which we used to use before, books, newspaper, printed reports, these are completely different and modern online electronic sources that are continuously evolving due to advancement in technology. the internet and artificial intelligence. They are called basically emerging because they are constantly growing and developing, adapting to new digital trends, user needs, and technological innovation. Now, next we have that is methods of primary data collection. As we saw in the previous slide, what do you mean by primary is the first hand data. Now we will see few methods here. First method which we have that is surveys and questionnaires. Now when I'm talking of surveys and questionnaire, a survey is the research method used to collect the information from a large number of people, their opinions, behavior, experience, or characteristics. It can be conducted through questionnaires, interviews, online forms, or telephonic calls. When I'm coming to the questionnaire, it is a structured set of questions basically used to gather a specific information from the respondent. Respondent are people from where you collect your data. It is usually one main tool you can say used in surveys, can be done online or phone or face to face. It is useful for collecting basically large amount of data very quickly. Now, next is interviews. When I'm talking of an interview method, it is a research. In this, a research is a qualitative method of collecting data where the researcher, that is the interviewer, asks questions directly to the participants. Participants means the respondent to gather the information, opinions, experience, and attitudes. It is a face-to-face, basically online or telephonic conversation with the purpose to explore deeper insight than what survey and questionnaire usually provides. We can also say it can be structured or unstructured. When I'm talking of structured, it is a preset of questions. When it is unstructured, it is flexible and can be conventional. Both both the things, interview methods can be used, depends upon the requirement of an individual. It is useful for gaining in-depth insight into personal opinions or experience. Now, next method which we have that is observation. Now, observation in a research method is the researcher systematically watches, it listens to and records the behavior, action or events of people. You can say situation or object. They um, occur naturally. Just the behavior note किया जाता है individuals का when we talk about the observation. It does not depend on what people say. Like in interviews and surveys, this happens. But here, rather on what actually people do, that is important. Researcher observes people, events or situation. It can be in the way of participatory or non-participatory. When I'm talking of an participatory, researcher is a part of the group. When I'm talking of non-participatory, observing from outside. Both the methods can be used. It is a great method for studying the behavior in a real life context. Now next we have that is experiment. When I'm talking of an experiment, basically an experiment in research is a scientific method used to test the hypothesis by manipulating one variable. When I'm talking of then variable, it is either it can be independent variable or it can be dependent variable. Independent variable and observing its effect on another variable, that is independent variable while controlling the other factor. If in short, I can explain this experiment basically helps in establishing cause and effect relationships between variables. It is commonly used in science and product testing. Lot of time when we test the product in the science, we use this experiment method most of the time. Next method which we have that is focus group. Now, when I'm talking a focus group, it is again a quantitative research method where a small group of people, usually I can say 6 to 12 participants, are brought together to discuss a specific topic, product, service, or idea under the guidance of a moderator. The purpose is to gather insights, opinion, feeling, and perception directly from the participants. These are the few methods. We will see the advantage now. Now, when I'm talking of an advantages, it's highly relevant. When I'm talking of primary data, it is highly relevant and specific to research objectives. Usually, we can rely more on these data compared to other data. And it is more accurate. Why it is more accurate? Because it is giving you the first hand information. That's why we can trust more on this type of data. Even it provides fresh insights that are not available elsewhere, or anywhere else you will not find this, because this is the fresh one which we are collecting first time. Now, next we will go to the drawbacks, that is the limitations of an primary data. It's time consuming. See, whenever you're collecting the data by using various methods, it is not easy. It is going to take a good amount of time. When you are required to collect, you should assume that time limit should be more so that you can collect data more accurately. Even often it is expensive. Now, when you are doing experiments, when you are doing surveys, when you are doing field work, it all becomes an expensive affair. So you have to think about the primary data's expense also. Now, may face challenge. Sometimes it can happen like respondent are biased or low response rates. They don't reply to few questions. They are biased in their responding. So these all becomes one challenge for collecting the data from primary data. It becomes a major challenge. Now, next slide will be continued by my colleague, Dr. Meenal Pan. Hand over to you, madam.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Now we have learned more about many things about the primary data, right? Now I assume and I know that everybody, whoever are there currently in the system, everybody are into the research. As you all are presenting, we are into a research conference. Can you all tell me how much of your measured time goes into the evaluation of your data, that is collection of data and analyzing the data? What is your percentage of time you spent on that? Can anybody tell me? Participants or the participants of the conference, can you all tell me what is your time spent, most of your time spent on, what is your percentage of time spent on the analysis and data collection? Could anyone tell me?
Any participants?
Okay, fine. Like now, if you assume around 70 to 80% of your time is being spent on collecting the data and analyzing that data, right? So now assume that this 70 to 80% of your time is being saved. How can you save that? Because now whenever we are talking about hot topic discussions on the research papers, so those hot topics are already being explored. 60 to 70% of the data whatever you are exploring is already available for you. Now that already available data is just waiting for you to get explored, and you starting from the scratch of collecting the data, analyzing and spending a huge amount of time only on data collection and analyzing. If I say that same time can be saved more, and you can create good results. You can create many things out of it because the data is available to you. You have to just explore that data, analyze the data, right? And make some great changes which will help you to design the policies, even the industrial changes which can get a revolution in the systems. Like now, if we take the example of Netflix, right? So Netflix, around, it saves around $1 billion of rupees every year from collecting from saving from the secondary data collection. If it really practically thinks of a primary data collection, it becomes so expensive for them to get reviews from various sources, right? So now they use Netflix. So how are they doing that? By just seeing the people's, the likes, their watches, the pattern of reading, the pattern of watching the serials, right? The pattern of how they are behaving. That is through the comments, what they find through various sources, right? How are the people reacting through a social media? These are the places. What are the search engines you are using? What are the things you are exploring? That through those, your background, your behavior, they collect the data and they give you the suggestions, they give you your like suggestions. Same thing, even if you assume that national union, right, the United Nations, even they have to calculate the poverty level of the various countries. Now, so how do they do that? Is by collecting the census data, survey, digital reports. These are the data from where they collect this data and they come out with the poverty levels. Now assume they had to go door to day for collecting for each and every aspects. If they had to go door to door, what expense level the data could be, right? So now secondary data is such a powerful tool. It saves so much of your time also while doing a data. At the same time, we just take it as a number. Secondary data, we don't give that importance to the secondary data many times, but you can make wonders by just collecting a secondary data and doing a very great research. So how that can be done, how your shortcuts to insights, innovations, how do you discover the unnoticed things through the secondary data, we'll be exploring, right? So now, if you must have seen the typical form of data collections, what we do is through academic books, journals, articles, government reports, the annual reports, the digital libraries and database. These are the contents wherein you majorly source your secondary data, right? So now, but the most important part when are you sourcing a data is how cost effective that is and how quickly are you able to get that data, and whether that data, whatever you are getting, answer your research requirements or not. But this typical form of data collection, right, it is a strong form of data collection. But addition to that, have y'all must have, many of y'all must have used Instagrams, right? Y'all must have used Twitters, you must have used so many social media apps currently. Do you all know that you also turn out to be a secondary source for somebody for data collection? How is that? You all must have given so many times likes. You must have forwarded that information to so many people about this, right? You must have commented so many testimonials. You must have given your testimonial views. So that views, that comments, that likes also turns out to be an authentic. That also turns out for a people who is doing a survey, a data for that analysis, right? So that is how even we can explore a different section of data analysis or data collection method is through the digital data, right? Digital data, now if you see, this digital data is such an interesting data collection tool which can save most of your time, and it will help you to analyze your data in such a quick form so that your time is saved to a greater extent, plus you get a quality output out of it. You have sitting at one location and collecting the data through journals, through these, and exploring the whole world and collecting the data, the authenticity, the easy the easy way of collecting data becomes a fun playing task. Like now, various sources through which you can collect through a digital form is big data analytics, wherein processing massive complex data patterns, trends you can go through, right? Social media insights, wherein the various sentiments, as we said, right? Netflix, all these people, the Netflix people, Amazon P, these companies, they basically use this. IoT devices and sensors, the real-time data you can get, mobile applications, interactions, locations data you can get, behavioral and web scraping and digital footprints, content of tracking online activities. So now how are these data being used in your real life? Here we'll be studying like for fraud detections, right? So big data algorithms wherein the transactions of financial services, right, bankings and all, so doing these analysis, how are the frauds being done, how are the things done, how to secure your data, all these things can be used, right? Election, when you must have seen through twitters, through news channels, you get an opinion polls, right? Especially when there is an election outcomes going on, or some debates on the various social activities or any other views. You must have seen that they will ask you for a poll, kaun banega crorepati. Also there is some questions when they go for a general poll, so that time what do is they go for a poll system wherein what is the majority people's answer to the, what is their opinion to the questions, right? So this election predictions also will help you for your election predictions. There are so many places this real time data helps, wherein the people gets to know and they are being engaged also into that data formation, which also you can use it for your secondary purposes, because it's an authenticated, it is also a real time data which is being collected from the public. So that also you can just add on to your existing research as a evidence to prove your statements, right? Health monitorings like the smartwatches, variables collectives, biometric data, proactive health management. So these data which has been collected through the health monitoring, that also many of the people who are doing a research on nutrition, who are doing on health aspects, these data which they have, they can collect that data and make valuable, they can get come out with various results out of it. E-commerce, gaining insight from customers reviews, purchase histories, as we discussed, right? Okay, many of these through Twitter apps, through social media discussions, Facebook discussions, wherein people, how are they reacting? So on that basis, what is the thought process of the people, where the generation is going, how do they go for it? So what are the things they are browsing out, what are the things they are looking out? This will help them to optimize their sales strategies, right? Even you as a researcher can use these data, you can use that as a secondary data source where this research is already been done by the people, right? The analysis are already been provided, that you can use as a supporting document to justify your statements with the prime. So with the primary data you can compare the primary data, what are, you can use the questionnaires which has been drafted before, what was the analysis 10-20 decades before the generation G, Zenjis, and before that what was, has there any change in the pattern of understanding with the same analysis which was being done before? So there are so many things you can explore with the secondary data which is already available. You have to just add a 2 steps to it, so that you can make many changes in the system, you can make people understand where the world is going, and your time is saved to a greater extent in starting it from the scratch. But at the same time we should be always conscious about, for every positivity there is some response, for everything whenever you're using some data there is some responsibility what you are carrying towards your shoulders, right? So now the reliability and validity of the data, accuracy, creditability of the insights, now wherever from whichever data sources you are taking, right, are they reliable sources of data collection, right? So you need to check that and then take a decisions. When you are talking about the behavioral pattern and all, you should have, like, now you can justify these things with your primary collections, with the ads, with the ads, promotional likes, what the customer, the viewers have towards it. So that as a supporting document, you can add up to your primary data to justify ki the data source what you have, right? The collections what you have, it has helped you in proving out in multiple times ki whatever you have done, or if it is against, if it is in the opposite side, you can always help, it will help you to justify कि earlier when the research was done, this is the viewpoint what the public has, but now the scenario has changed, the strategies is to be changed, the pattern of strategy is to be redesigned to tap this set of customers, right? If your data goes hand in hand with that, it will have a added supporting document, and to prove that currently also the system is working in the same way, right? So the reliability and validity, and for that you need to check from which source of data you are collecting, it is an authenticated source or no. Ethical and privacy, whenever you're collecting a data, it should be you, the collection done in a very systematic way, right? There should not be any unethical practices or some privacies of the you must have seen so many scams happening, right? So many unethical practices which should not be done. Representation, so whatever the data you are collecting through a secondary data, whatever supporting supports you are doing it, right, it should help you to address your sample size, your target audience. If that does not work, your data will be contradictory and it won't give you the right output what it is required. And finally, it is most importantly, which source of data collection is going to be the cost what is going to be there, and the value what it is going to add to it. Whether primary data whatever you are collecting and the cost and the value is superior than the secondary data, or secondary and primary, so what best combinations you are going to use so that your value towards your research gives a very productive results, right? Now, what are the various futures of data collections, like AI-driven collections, blockchain securities, and real-time analytics? AI-driven collections, automating and enhancing data acquisitions with advanced AI. You must have seen now. Y'all, I need not give you all much explanation about AI now. AI is helping out you to collect the data, to get the data at a very quick, in just a click, right? Which is giving you so much of data. Now what are you supposed to do is, you have to look out something which has not been explored by others. AI is the best tool wherein your most of your energy is being saved by just collecting the information. You have been presented with the information, how best are you going to analyze that information, and what is not being explored, you need to just look into that and give out a very good results, right? Blockchain securities, now if you're talking about the authenticity, the validity, right, at the same time the privacy, the authenticity of the data, so these blockchain securities have been increased to a greater extent, which keeps the transparency and the authenticity of the data, okay, whatever the data is available, right, it has not been tampered. So collecting the data, right, will the reference of these blockchain securities data will always have a plus point, because the data what is being collected, stored, if you're taking some banking data, if you're taking some other industrial data which has been in a security, it is a method of securing the data, it's a blockchain technology, right? So adopting this technology and collecting the data which has been adopted by these technologies will have a added positive data for your real-time analytics. We have already seen, right, you can take a immediate decisions onto what people want to do. Like in the class also, whenever you want to take any decisions, what do you see? You ask the majority what to be done, so accordingly, so real-time analytics, sitting here itself, I can just get the data from the worldwide, what is their opinion on any of the topics, right, and take a decisions of my industries. So that will really, so these are the future datas, or these are the places wherein which will help a secondary data to get more information and more faster information, so that a people's time is paid saved to a greater extent and can come out with greater results and new innovations in the system. Just another, without data you are just another person with an opinion, right? So this is all about the data collection, as we have seen. So the combinations of the primary and the secondary data, right, will always help you to save a good sum of time. At the same time, it will help you to give out a better results and help you to explore more data systems in the system. Okay.
Any questions? Anyone?
Yeah,
Any
hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I just have one question here. Like, I'm also doing my research now. So
Yeah.
I there is no ready-made tool as such. So I will have to frame my own questions. So I just wanted to know like how to get my like questionnaire entirely checked, like the reliability and the validity of my questionnaire.
Your reliability and validity of the questionnaire will be done by a sample test, sir. Pilot
Okay.
study, you need to do it so
Okay.
that you will understand how your data is being, the data whatever you have fetched, and
Yes.
then when
Yes.
you do the analysis you will get to know. Pilot study would be the, like, now it all depends on the topic what you have collected,
Okay.
sir. There
All
will
right.
be some part of your topic wherein the research is already done.
Okay.
Like now if
Pilot
I'm,
study basically is a small quantity of study which you
Okay.
test whether your data is reliable or not, so that you can
Okay,
make
ma'am.
the change.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
yeah,
Thank you.
welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Both of you. Is there any question anyone want to ask to both, ma'am, Meenal Parikh, ma'am, or Sakshi, ma'am? Anyone want to ask? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank
There is
you.
no question. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable contribution. Next, we have Dr. Anmol Misal. Do we
So
have
just
Dr.
one
Anmol
second.
Misal,
Thank you,
Assistant Breeder?
sir, for giving us the
Welcome.
opportunity in the conference. Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone, and hope you'll do a great in your research in near future. And thank you, sir, for giving us a good opportunity onto this platform to speak. It was a nice experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have Dr. Anmol Misal, Assistant Breeder, Assistant Professor Botany from Pravani? No. Do we have Harish Reddy? Do we have Mr. Harish Reddy, student, University of Agricultural Sciences, GKVK, Bangalore? Next, I request Dr. Megha Thakur, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Government Mohindra College, Patiala. Dr. Megha, ma'am, if you are there.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Ma'am, start, please.
Yes. So, hello everyone. This is Dr. Megha Thakur. I'm from Government Mahindra College, Patiala, Punjab. My presentation topic is I'm analyzing the impact of social media on the intention to purchase fashion clothing among Indian women. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yeah, my screen actually, my PowerPoint is not opening here. I'm trying to just open it. Can you give me a second?
Yes, ma'am. Please take your time.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not able to share my screen right now, but if I'm audible, I can continue my presentation this way only. Is that fine with everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Yeah.
You can
Yes, sir.
explain
So
totally.
the background of my research study is that purchase intention is considered as a very important factor that affect the desire to purchase a product or service. And eventually it has an impact on the final buying behavior of a person. The positive purchasing intention is identified as a decisive factor that is taken into consideration when we finalize a purchase after the options are being evaluated by the customer. Study also discussed that social media is identified as a very influential factor as people share their opinion and viewpoints on the social media. Now, so when we correlate these two topics, we just wanted to explore if the opinions expressed on social media has been influencing the women in India to purchase the fashion clothing. So this was the basically aim of my study, to analyze the impact of social media on the intention to purchase fashion clothing among Indian women. I have used the secondary data analysis, and on the basis of that secondary data analysis, I have conducted a thematic analysis. So my thematic analysis says that social media has emerged as a very strong tool, as through it electronic word of mouth is generated. When internet wasn't there, when IT was not that much developed, people used to influence each other by word of mouth. For example, they say that that refrigerator is good, we can buy that, you can say air conditioner. But now people directly go to the social media platforms, like Facebook is there, then we have Instagram, then we also discuss something in our WhatsApp groups. So electronic word of mouth is generated, which impact the mindset of the potential buyer as well as the current buyers. My study has also highlighted a very important theme which is associated with the theory of planned behavior. Now, what is planned behavior? For example, I want to buy a Zara dress, a fashion dress, a very high quality brand Zara dress, and I'm planning. I'm just exploring the different segments of that dress, and which should also fit in into my budget. Now, perceived usefulness, which will also generate a positive opinion when I will try to buy that Zara dress. Now, perceived usefulness, that I want to compare that how much money I'm spending on this dress, is it worth it? Study also have identified that there are challenges when the fashion companies promote their products through social media, because there can be a positive and negative opinions running side by side. If there are positive opinions, purchasing behavior will be affected. But if there are negative opinions which are not catered on time, it will negatively influence the future purchases. My study concludes that definitely social media has emerged as a very strong electronic word of mouth tool through which people not only connect with each other, but they extensively share their opinions and viewpoints. With the advancement of internet and launch of various gadgets, the interconnectedness among people has increased. They post their opinion frankly, and definitely these opinions, they multiply because internet is too fast to be addressed. In case of fashion clothing, opinion matter a lot, and specifically in Indian society, opinions of others matter most. Actually, it is a psychological thing that if I like a dress or if I like a cloth, I would definitely take the opinions of people who are around me. There are very few females who would like to take their independent decisions because of the patriarchy mindset of our society. So theory of planned behavior, perceived usefulness, and role of social media, when collected together, my study concludes that yes, opinions expressed on social media definitely influences the consumption habit of women targeting to purchase fashion clothing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Next, we have R. Asraf Setika.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please, you can.
Yes. Yes, sir. My topic is about the future of smart cities. Good evening, everyone. Today I'm going to present a very interesting topic, future of smart cities, as well as how we know our world is changing rapidly, technology is advancing, and populations are increasing, and also environmental changes are growing. In this context, the idea of small cities has emerged not just as a dream but as a necessity for a future living. Smart cities combine technology and sustainability and the human needs to create the better living spaces. In my presentation, I will discuss that what smart cities are, their futures, future trends and benefits, challenges and real world examples. And then the first introduction, I want to say that the world's urban population is growing rapidly, and the traditional cities facing the problems like the traffic, populations, uh, or the population waste, energy shortages, smart cities, technology plus sustainability, everything comes under this. And also, I want to say that my key features of the smart cities is the smart infrastructures, that is the IoT sensors or kind of roads and buildings. Everything comes under this. And then the green energy. The energy contains the solar energy or wind energy or smart grids. Everything holds there. And then the digital governance in the e-service, online administrations, waste and water management, recycling water sensors, and also the safety and security, the AI cameras or smart energy systems, and then the future trends. The future trends which I have collected as AI and big data, the real-time city problem solving, which all comes under the green IT and IT and sustainability, cloud computing or cyber security, blockchain, AI and ML, everything holds and also the automations and 5G technologies and the smart healthcare or telemedicine, wearable devices, and also the green buildings and vertical farming, eco-friendly cities. And then there is the benefits on this topic. These reduce the pollution and traffic, efficient energy use, and improve the healthcare and safety, faster governance and the services, better quality of life. They have faces the many challenges. Mainly, they have focused on high cost of implementations, the cyber security and data privacy risk, and technology access inequality, need for the strong policies and global corporations. And then the examples for the smart cities, I have collected that the Singapore, Dubai, and Barcelona and Tokyo. The Singapore, which is very smart example for the smart transport and green policies. Dubai, AI governs autonomous vehicles. And also the Tokyo and Barcelona, the smart waste systems and lighting systems, everything comes under that. Disaster management is also there. And my conclusion is about the cities are not just only about the advanced technology, but also about the building sustainable, inclusive, and human-centered urban spaces where the innovations improves everyday life. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashraf Siddha. Uh, we have next Lakshmi Priya and Nikita Gopi. Lakshmi Priya is there.
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. I will share the screen.
Yes, yes, please start. We are waiting for you.
Yeah, I have presented the slide, but I think, is it visible?
Not visible yet.
Okay, 1 second. So good evening all. So today I'm here to present a review paper based on the topic clothing and psychological well-being, a qualitative meta-analysis. So coming to the introductory part, let's start with a story of Adam and Eve. So we all know that Adam and Eve were the very first human beings who were created by God, and they were very happily living in the forest. And they have one condition to follow, that they don't need to eat a fruit from a forbidden tree. But on a very fine day, they actually ate that forbidden tree's fruit, and suddenly they experienced a kind of embarrassment. And what happened is they ran to the forest to find only leaves in order to cover their nudity. So the story of Adam and Eve actually shows that clothing is as a humanity's first response to shame and self-awareness. So clothing initially emerged not just for protection, but as a symbol of identity, modesty, and morality. And beyond the physical protection, clothing actually evolved into a psychological and social tool. It shapes how individuals see themselves and how they are perceived by others. Now, the need and significance of the study. While fashion is often studied socially or economically, its psychological implications are less systematically explored. When coming on to the changing social scenario, the fast fashion, sustainable fashion, and cultural attire influence on mental health and self-concept in ways actually needs a deeper analysis. The globalization and digital media amplify how clothing impacts social identity and comparison. So the current research actually highlights how clothing impacts psychological well-being across cultures and life stages. Now, coming on to the objectives of the study, there are mainly three objectives: to systematically review empirical studies on clothing impact on psychological well-being, to identify recurring themes and sub-themes across diverse population, and finally, to highlight the theoretical and practical implications for psychology, fashion, and well-being. Method. The research design is qualitative meta-analysis, and the aim is to synthesize empirical findings on clothing's role in psychological well-being across diverse populations. The databases searched were PubMed, Google Scholar, Core, and Directory of Open Access Journal. And the search string were clothing, attire, fashion, psychological well-being, mental health, self-esteem, mood, and identity. And the time frame selected were studies published between 2015 to 2025. The tools used were Zotero Reference Manager for data organization, deduplication, and screening workflow. And there were inclusion and exclusion criteria that is set for selecting the review papers. The inclusion criteria includes empirical study focusing on the psychological effects of clothing, published in peer-reviewed journals between 2015 to 2025. Participants across various developmental stages, including adolescents, adult and older adults, quantitative, qualitative, and mixed method designs. And finally, the research should be available in English. The exclusion criteria include book chapters, dissertations, and review or theoretical papers, studies focusing only on economic, textile, or purely cultural aspect of clothing, non-English publications, and finally, studies with insufficient methodological details. Coming on to the selection procedure, the initial search actually resulted in almost 893 research papers, and we have removed the duplicates using Zotero software. And screening by title and abstract actually resulted in 50 research papers, and full text review against inclusion and exclusion criteria, which finally resulted in 11 empirical studies. So this is the Prisma workflow. Finally, data extraction and analysis. The data extracted were author, year, country, sample size, demographics, methodology, measures, and key findings. For the data management, the investigator used Zotero app in order to code and to categorize the studies. And finally, thematic analysis were done in order to identify the recurring patterns, themes, and sub-themes across studies. And after the thematic analysis, mainly 5 major themes were identified, namely clothing and self-concept, clothing and emotional regulation, clothing and social identity, sustainable clothing, and cultural and religious influences. Now we can look on to each theme. The theme 1 is clothing and self-concept. So it was understood that clothing, it actually acts as a tool which reinforces self-esteem and confidence. It serves as a medium for self-expression. And for the developmental stages like adolescents and adults, they use clothing in order to project their true, ideal, and creative self. But in the case of older adults, there was a moderating factor called as self-construct. Self-construct means whether they view themselves as an independent or interdependent self. So for those with a more independent self-construct, clothing served as a way to assert individuality and dignity. Whereas for those with an interdependent self, they view clothing for maintaining their self-harmony and fulfilling expectations. Coming on to the second theme, that is emotional regulation and mood. So the preferred clothing attire actually uplifted their mood and also boosted their motivation. So clothing actually acts as a self-soothing tool that reduces anxiety and depression. And it can be actually connected with a concept called as enclothed cognition. So enclothed cognition actually a recent concept which was developed by Adam and Galinsky in the year 2012, which states that the particular attire we wear can actually influence the cognitive processes. The theme 3 is social identity and security, which mainly focuses on how the clothes help people to feel that they fit in and feel safe in social situations. And the synthesis actually showed that the branded or simply neat, well-kept or context-appropriate clothing often boosts their confidence and optimism. So here, actually 2 main mechanisms appear repeatedly. The first one is signal value. That is, clothing sends quick signals of group belongings or competence. And when people believe that they look the part, they anticipate positive reactions and they behave more confidently. And the next mechanism is reflected appraisal. So others typically respond more warmly and more respectfully to the very neat, appropriate dress, and that feedback loop actually helped in their self-concept formation. And related to this is a clothing deprivation. Clothing deprivation means the people that do not have access to suitable, well-fitting, and social acceptable clothing. So the people who are suffering from clothing deprivation actually resulted in lower self-worth, avoidance of social situation, and diminished confidence. The next theme is sustainable clothing. Sustainable clothing means eco-friendly fabrics, recycled materials, ethical produced garments, they all belong to sustainable clothing. So people all actually wear the sustainable clothing can actually have a positive emotion and greater satisfaction. So this mainly comes from 2 sources. The one is a moral satisfaction effect, where they feel that they are contributing something bigger than themselves. The second one is a self-consistency effect. That is, their clothing choices aligned with their personal values, which actually creates an inner harmony. Next, what about the prolonged clothing use? That is, it actually results in better body image and subjective well-being. Prolonged clothing use means wearing clothes for a longer rather than following the fast fashion cycles. So it is actually linked to better body image and higher subjective well-being. Next is psychological satisfaction actually aligns with ethical value. It is actually a sub-theme that is emerged here. That is, psychological satisfaction actually aligned with the ethical values that people have. So when people making clothing choices consistent with their ethical stance, whether it can be an environmental concern or an anti-consumerism or cultural value, they experience a sense of integrity, authenticity, and control. So actually this demonstrates that how clothing can act as a bridge between personal well-being and collective responsibility. And the final theme is cultural and religious influence, which mainly focus on how culture and religion shape the psychological meaning of clothing. So in the case of a Muslim population, loose fitted clothing in the Muslim women actually resulted in reduced anxiety and depression. And there is a connection between religiosity and attire. It can actually enhance the psychological security. So such attire can provide a sense of alignment with their religious norms, reducing social judgment and creating a feeling of psychological safety. And coming on to the last part, that is conclusion. So clothing goes far beyond the protection or aesthetics. It functions as a psychological tool, shaping how we see ourselves, how we feel emotionally, and how we connect socially. So our meta-analysis shows that whether through self-expression, emotional regulation, and sustainability or cultural values, the clothing is deeply tied to psychological well-being. In essence, what we wear can actually influence who we are, how secure we feel, how satisfied we become with the life. This insight opens up the opportunity for psychology, fashion, and counseling to work together to promote mental health and resilience through clothing. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Is there any question related to this presentation? Anyone want to ask? Anyone want to ask something to Lakshmi Priya? Okay, now we are moving toward Nikita Gopi VK. Sorry, Nikita Gopi KV.
Yes, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are clear.
Okay, let me proceed it. Okay, good evening all. So I'm Nikita Gopi, a research scholar at the University of Kerala, Trivandrum. So my study is titled as Shaping Desires and Beliefs, the Influence of Media Representation on Adolescent Sexual Behavior. Oh, 1 minute. Okay. So, introduction. Adolescence is a critical developmental stage marked by identity formation, exploration of relationships, and curiosity about sexuality. In today's media saturated world, films and digital content are powerful agents of socialization, shaping perceptions of love, romance, and sexual behavior. Adolescents often rely on films as a source of knowledge about relationships, gender roles, and intimacy, especially when formal or family discussions on sexuality are limited. Need and significance of the study. Media depictions can shape adolescents' attitudes, expectations, and behaviors related to sex, relationships, and gender roles. Repeated exposure to distorted or stereotypical portraits can lead to acceptance of unhealthy gender stereotypes, normalization of risky sexual behaviors, body dissatisfaction and objectification of self or others, confusion about consent and boundaries. Adolescents are in a vulnerable stage of identity and value formation. Distorted media messages may affect their mental health, decision making, and self perception. So, this study contributes to research on media psychology and adolescent development and also bridges gap in understanding how media shapes sexual norms, especially in Indian or Asian contexts where research is still limited. And objectives of my study are to examine how media portray adolescent sexuality. Second one, to analyze how such portrayals influence adolescent sexual behavior and to identify recurring themes in films such as gender roles, objectification, stereotypes, and relationship dynamics. And methodology which I employed in my study were the research design was qualitative content analysis, and the data collection was done in two phases. In the initial phase, I conducted in-depth semi-structured interviews among adolescents, approximately 15 to 20 adolescents, and the participants were asked to suggest films that depict adolescent romance, stereotypes, sexual comedies, and female representations. Okay, so in the second phase, the Top 7 frequently reported films were chosen as samples of my study, and regional films were considered. And then the content analysis was conducted on these 7 selected films. And these were the films which I selected for as my samples. And the themes generated were relationship dynamics, gender roles and stereotypes, emotional intimacy and conflict resolution, body objectification, and sexual behavior and comedies. So the findings of my study were the normalization of casual sexual encounters. So frequent portrayals of flings, hookups, and one-night stands make adolescents perceive these as socially acceptable and a common behavior. So the second one, reinforcement of gender roles and stereotypes. Women often portrayed as objects of male desire, and also reinforcing female objectification. So men frequently shown as initiators, dominant, or sexually aggressive, while women are submissive or gatekeepers. So such portrayals limit adolescents' understanding of gender equality in relationships. So the third finding was shaping intimacy and relationship expectations. So adolescents begin to equate love with physical intimacy, neglecting aspects like trust, communication, and mutual respect. Romantic relationships are often dramatized and seen as proof of one's identity or status. So unrealistic standards of beauty and romance fuel insecurities and distorted expectations. And the other findings was the positive impacts on sexual development. So some films promote consent, safe sexual practices, emotional connection, and gender equality. Exposure to diverse representations like LGBTQ plus characters, body positivity, these broadens adolescents' perspectives. And the negative impacts on sexual development. Uh, Media portrayals encourages risky behavior, for example, unprotected sex, multiple partners without showing the consequences. So these can trivialize sexual harassment, stalking, and manipulation by portraying them as romantic. So such portrayals lead to confusion, anxiety, and pressure to conform to media-driven ideas. And the overall influence were the media function as a sexual socializing agent, often stronger than family or schools. So the impact depends on frequency, type of content consumed, and the critical thinking ability of adolescents. So the implications of the study are for educators and parents. There is a need to foster critical media literacy among adolescents, and open conversations about sexuality, relationships, and media influence can reduce misinformation. And we have to provide safe spaces for adolescents to ask questions and share their perspectives. And for policymakers, they need to address media's role in sexual socialization and also can implement guidelines for responsible portrayal of sexuality, gender roles, and consent in films and digital platforms. And for researchers, it can provide new insights to study media's long-term role in shaping adolescents' values and behaviors, and also encourage interdisciplinary studies. And it also highlights the importance of cross-cultural perspectives on media influence. Coming to the conclusion part, media strongly influences how adolescents perceive love, relationships, and sexuality. It can provide positive role models, but also negative ones. Okay, so because of this dual influence, it's important to build critical media literacy so adolescents can question and interpret media messages rather than absorb them blindly. So parents, educators, and policymakers need to engage in open discussions and create supportive environments for healthy sexual development. So that's all about my topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any question related to this topic? Anyone want to ask something related to this topic? Okay. Do we have anyone left for presentation? Is there anyone who left who couldn't present paper, poster, or anything? Or anything left? Any lecture or any session left? Or anyone want to say something? I think we got over. We should conclude. So, on behalf of 360 Research Foundation and this organizing committee, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, speakers, delegates for joining our conference in both mode, hybrid, online and offline, and making it a grand success. Your presence, your thoughtful contributions, and active engagement enriched the session and discussion. Really, we truly value your time and support, and we look forward to your continued collaboration and future academic and professional endeavors. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Hoping we'll be connected, and we have many programs in upcoming future. Thanks. I would like to let you know about our upcoming award function, which is scheduled on 5th September. If anyone related to you is interested, or you want to recommend someone for this, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan National Teachers Excellence Award 2025, which is scheduled on 5th of September 2025, you can recommend for this award. And we have many conferences in upcoming future, so just stay connected, and let's come together for betterment of the society, betterment of nation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.